My First Experience with a Great Logician by Jacques Futrell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My First Experience with a Great Logician by Jacques Futrell. It was once my good fortune to meet in person Professor Augustus S. F. X. Van Dusen, Ph.D., LL.D., F.R.S., M.D., etc. The meeting came about through a singular happening, which was as mystifying as it was dangerous to me. He saved my life, in fact. And in process of hauling me back from eternity, the edge of that appalling mist which separates life and death, I had full opportunity of witnessing the workings of that marvelously keen, cold brain which has made him the most distinguished scientist and logician of his day. It was some time afterward, however, that Professor Van Dusen was identified in my mind with the thinking machine. I had dined at the Hotel Teutonic, taken a cigar from my pocket, lighted it, and started for a stroll across Boston Common. It was after 8 o'clock on one of those clear, nippy evenings of winter. I was near the center of the Common on one of the many little bypaths which lead toward Beacon Hill when I became conscious of an acute pain in my chest, a sudden fluttering of my heart, and a constriction in my throat. The lights in the distance began to waver and grow dim. Perspiration broke out all over me from an inward gnawing agony which grew more intense each moment. I felt myself reeling. My cigar dropped from my fingers, and I clutched at a seat to steady myself. There was no one near me. I tried to call, then everything grew dark, and I sank down on the ground. My last recollection was of a figure approaching me. The last words I heard were a petulant, irritable, "Dear me." Then I was lost to consciousness. When I recovered consciousness, I lay on a couch in a strange room. My eyes wandered weakly about and lingered with a certain childish interest on half a dozen spots, which reflected glitteringly the light of an electric bulb set high up on one side. These bright spots, I came to realize after a moment, were metal parts of various instruments of a laboratory. For a time I lay helpless, listless, with trembling pulse and eardrums thumping. Then I heard steps approaching, and someone bent over and peered into my face. It was a man, but such a man as I had never seen before. A great shock of straw-yellow hair tumbled about a broad, high forehead, a small, wrinkled, querulous face, the face of an aged child, a pair of watery blue eyes squinting aggressively through thick spectacles, and a thin-lipped mouth as straight as the mark of a surgeon's knife, save for the drooping corners. My impression then was that it was some sort of hallucination, the distorted vagary of a disordered brain. But gradually my vision cleared, and the grip of slender fingers on my pulse made me realize the actuality of the apparition. "How do you feel?" The thin lips had opened just enough to let out the question. The tone was curt and belligerent, and the voice rasped unpleasantly. At the same time, the squint eyes were focused on mine with a steady, piercing glare that made me uneasy. I tried to answer, but my tongue refused to move. The gaze continued for an instant, then the man, the thinking machine, turned away and prepared a particularly vile-smelling concoction which he poured into me. Then I was lost again. After a time, it might have been minutes or hours, I felt again the hand on my pulse, and again the thinking machine favored me with a glare. An hour later I was sitting up on the couch with unclouded brain and a heartbeat which was nearly normal. It was then I learned why Professor Van Dusen an eminent man of the sciences, had been dubbed the thinking machine. I understood firsthand how material muddles were so unfailingly dissipated by unadulterated, infallible logic. Remember that I had gone into that room an inanimate thing, inert, unconscious, mentally and physically dead to all practical intents, beyond the point where I might have babbled any elucidating fact. And remember, too, please, that I didn't know, had not the faintest idea, what had happened to me, beyond the fact that I had fallen unconscious. The thinking machine didn't ask questions, yet he supplied all the missing details, together with a host of personal, intimate things of which he could personally have had no knowledge. In other words, I was an abstruse problem, and he solved me, with head tilted back against the cushion of the chair. And such a head, with eyes unwaveringly turned upward, and fingertips pressed idly together, he sat there, a strange, grotesque little figure, in the midst of his laboratory apparatus. Not for a moment did he display the slightest interest in me personally. It was all as if I had been written down on a slate to be wiped off when I was solved. "Did this ever happen to you before?" he asked abruptly. "No," I replied. "What was it?" "You were poisoned," he said. "The poison was a deadly one, corrosive sublimate, or bichloride, or mercury. The shock was very severe, but you'll be all right in—" "Poisoned!" I exclaimed, aghast. "Who poisoned me? Why?" "You poisoned yourself," he replied testily. "It was your own carelessness. 9 out of 10 persons handle poison as if it were candy, and you are like all the rest." "But I couldn't have poisoned myself," I protested. "Why, I've had no occasion to handle poisons, not for I don't know how long." "I do know," he said. "It was nearly a year ago when you handled this, but corrosive sublimate is always dangerous." The tone irritated me. The impassive arrogance of the little man inflamed my reeling brain, and I'm not sure that I did not shake my finger in his face. "If I was poisoned," I declared with some heat, "it was not my fault. Somebody gave it to me. Somebody tried to—" "You poisoned yourself," said the thinking machine again impatiently. "You talk like a child. How do you know I poisoned myself? How do you know I ever handled a poison? And how do you know it was a year ago, if I did?" The thinking machine regarded me coldly for an instant, and then those strange eyes of his wandered upward again. "I know those things," he said, "just as I know your name, address, and profession from cards I found in your pockets. Just as I know you smoke from half a dozen cigars on you. Just as I know that you're wearing those clothes for the first time this winter. Just as I know you lost your wife within a few months, that you kept house then, and that your house was infested with insects. I know, just as I know everything else, by the rules of inevitable logic." My head was whirling. I stared at him in blank astonishment. "But how do you know those things?" I insisted in bewilderment. "The average person of today," replied the scientist, "knows nothing unless it is written down and thrust under his nose. I happen to be a physician. I saw you fall and went to you, my first thought being of heart trouble. Your pulse showed it was not that, and it was obviously not apoplexy. Now, there was no visible reason why you should have collapsed like that. There had been no shot. There was no wound. Therefore, poison. An examination confirmed this first hypothesis. Your symptoms showed that the poison was bichloride of mercury. I put you in a cab and brought you here. From the fact you were not dead then, I knew that your system had absorbed only a minute quantity of poison. A quantity so small that it demonstrated instantly that there had been no suicidal intent, and was indicated, too, that no one else had administered it. If that was true, I knew, I didn't guess, I knew that the poisoning was accidental. How accidental? My first surmise, naturally, was that the poison had been absorbed through the mouth. I searched your pockets. The only thing I found that you would put in your mouth were the cigars. Were they poisoned? A test showed they were, all of them. With intent to kill? No. Not enough poison was used. Was the poison a part of the gum used to bind the cigar? Possible, of course, but not probable. Then what? He lowered his eyes and squinted at me suddenly, aggressively. I shook my head, and as an afterthought I closed my gaping mouth. Perhaps you carried corrosive sublimate in your pocket. I didn't find any, but perhaps you once carried it. I tore out the coat pocket in which I found the cigars and subjected it to the test. At some time there had been corrosive supplement in the form of powder or crystals in the pocket, and in some manner, perhaps because of an imperfection in the package, a minute quantity was loose in your pocket. Here was an answer to every question, and more. Here was how the cigars were poisoned, and in combination with the tailor's tag inside your pocket, a short history of your life. Briefly, it was like this. Once you had corrosive sublimate in your pocket. For what purpose? First thought, to rid your home of insects. Second thought, if you are boarding, married or unmarried, the task of getting rid of the insects would have been left to the servant. This would possibly have been the case if you had been living at home. So I assumed for the instant that you were keeping house, and if keeping house, you were married. You bought the poison for use in your own house. Now, without an effort, naturally, I had you married and keeping house. Then what? The tailor's tag, with your name and the date your clothing was made, 1 year and 3 months ago. It is winter clothing. If you had worn it since the poison was loose in your pocket, the thing that happened to you tonight would have happened to you before. But it never happened before. Therefore, I assume that you had the poison early last spring when insects began to be troublesome, and immediately after that you laid away the suit until this winter. I know you are wearing the suit for the first time this winter because, again, this thing has not happened before, and because, too, of the faint odor of mothballs. A band of crepe on your hat, the picture of a young woman in your watch, and the fact you are now living at your club, as your bill for last month shows, establish beyond doubt that you are a widower. It's perfectly miraculous, I exclaimed. Logic, 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 snapped the irritable little scientist. You are a lawyer. You ought to know the correlation of facts. You ought to know that 2 and 2 make 4. Not sometimes, but all the time. End of my first experience with the great logician. Evidence by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Evidence by Murray Leinster. It was hot. My pony jogged listlessly along without interest or animation, while I was only concerned with the problem of getting to shade and water, but especially shade. The sun was hot enough to fry anyone's brains in his skull, and my saddle burned my hand if I touched it where the sun struck it. There was a trickling stream of perspiration down either cheek, and a third stream down my nose. From time to time I smudged the dust across my face in an attempt to stop the streams, but the action merely interrupted their course. It was in this peculiarly Texan atmosphere that I came upon Jimmy Calton. He was standing by the open hood of one of those mechanical miracles known as a tin Lizzie, holding a sooted spark plug and a cloth in one hand and attempting to clean it with the other. He was swearing the while dispassionately in a curious mingling of good Anglo-Saxon and Dobie Spanish. "Hello, Jimmy," I said listlessly. He looked up and nodded. "Say, you look hot," he observed. Come on and ride a ways with me. Lizzie here 'll be running in a minute, and you can tie your pony on behind." "Going anywhere in particular?" I asked. "Over to see the coroner," he told me. "Old Abe Martin got shot the other day, and folks are saying Harry Temple done it. They got him locked up anyways." I dismounted stiffly and tied my pony to the rear of the machine, allowing him plenty of lead rope. Jimmy finished wiping the last of the spark plugs, apostrophizing the car in the meantime. "You creaking, growling, spark plug fouling, blasted hunk of tin," he finished lyrically, and put down the hood. He went to the crank and turned it half a dozen times. The engine caught, sputtered, and began to run with a pretentious roar. Jimmy hastily reached for the wheel and adjusted the spark and throttle, then climbed in leisurely. With a grinding and a lurch we started off, my pony following docilely behind. "Yes, tin, tin, tin," said Jimmy, doing mysterious things with his feet. "I have scorned you and I've flayed you, but by the guy who made you, you are better than a big car hunk of tin." We slipped into the car's second and highest speed and began to run more smoothly. Jimmy looked behind to see that my pony was all right and began to roll a cigarette with his left hand while expertly guiding the car around the numerous ruts and rocks in the roadway. I watched the process of cigarette rolling without interest. "I can't seem to get the knack of that," I remarked, when he had finished and was licking the edge of the paper to hold it in place. "Imitatin'," said Jimmy casually. "There ain't any way that everybody can do. Nobody else I know rolls 'em like this. It's just easiest for me. You'll have to mess around till you find a way that fits your fingers." "I'll smoke tailor-made," I said, rather than bother with learning. "Just like the new generation," said Jimmy severely. Jimmy, it may be said, is 30, but affects the authority of a man of 80. "Wanting everything done by somebody else or else by machinery. They even want the thinking done for 'em. It's too hot to think down here." I took off my hat and wiped the moisture off the sweatband. "Judging by the little bit of it people do," Jimmy remarked acridly, "most people agree with you. Most people look at thinking as something they was taught to do in schools, and, as such, something to forget as soon as possible. From the folks that don't think about the spiggity revoltosos just across the border and are pained and surprised when the spiggities run off with some of the cattle, down to the folks that'd rather buy cigarettes than bother thinking up a way to roll 'em one-handed for themselves, everybody's just the same. Why, 'twouldn't surprise me none at all if most folks told the truth just 'cause it's too much trouble to think up a lie." I accepted his rebuke in the matter of cigarettes meekly, and said nothing. "It's a fact," said Jimmy with an air of mournful pity for a race fallen so low. "I saw in a book the other day that the best lying is the lie that's near the truth. Ain't that ridiculous? That's just justifying laziness. If folks got the goods on you and you can't get away from the truth, then it's all right to dilute the truth until it's harmless. But otherwise, a good lie beats the almost truth 9 ways from Sunday. Only it's a lot of trouble thinking up a good lie and fortifying it with cumulative evidence." Jimmy rolled those 2 words off his tongue with some satisfaction. "Cumulative evidence like a good lie ought to have." He fell silent for a while, doing marvels of steering in the avoidance of obstacles and depressions in the really horrible road. "And thinking," he said suddenly, presently. "Folks don't like thinking. Anybody with any sense 'd know Harry Temple wouldn't 'a' shot old Abe Martin. Harry Temple has got a bank account in the Farmers and Ranchers Bank, and it ain't in reason that he'd go and shoot anybody to steal their roll. Old Abe sold off 600 steers and got the money for 'em. He was old-fashioned and didn't believe in banks, so he took the money home with him. And somebody went and shot him and took the roll. But Harry Temple, with a bank account at the Farmers and Ranchers Bank, It ain't reasonable that he'd go and shoot anybody for to steal their money. If he's any like I am, he's too busy wondering if somebody is going to steal his money to go stealing somebody else's." Jimmy said this last with an air of virtue that made me smile. Jimmy's much too good a poker player to be worried about his money. I know he owns one small ranch he never goes near, bought out of the proceeds of a colossal gain, still remembered along the border. "But they think he did it?" I asked. "Sure they do," Jimmy said scornfully. "They's going around saying they know he did. That's Toro, of course." One of Jimmy's individualities is his habit of translating American slang into Dobie Spanish and using it in his conversation. "What are you going to see the coroner for?" "They's holding an inquest," said Jimmy. "I'm sort of going to horn in a little, I reckon. These folks are too lazy to do any thinking. If I see a chance, I'm going to do some head work for them. They is Abe Martin's place right ahead." We turned in the gate and swung up to the house. Half a dozen cars, most of 'em the same make as Jimmy's, clustered about the front, and there were a dozen or more ponies tethered close by the porch, dozing in the baking heat. It was quite a pretentious place, built in the old-fashioned style of the days when a rancher was almost a baron in his own right. 2 big barns and a huge stable behind the house almost dwarfed the dwelling proper, and quite hid it from the rear. Jimmy eased his car in among the others, snapped the switch, and alighted. 3 or 4 of the men about the door nodded to him and told him the inquest had not started, but that it would begin shortly. Once he found that out, Jimmy plunged into an intricate and technical discussion of patented attachments for his machine, and I drifted off into the house. It was a very old house, and built with old-fashioned disregard for space. I gathered, however, that the housekeeping done in it was but sketchy. Half a dozen of his riders made it their headquarters, with old Abe Martin. They bunked there, and a cook prepared the meals for all of them. There was a long table with a checked red tablecloth on it. The room was empty now except for buzzing flies, where they had their meals. On the day of the shooting, I learned, the men had all been gone away on their duties, and the cook had gone into town for supplies, so Abe Martin had been alone. Presently, I went out to look at the stables. They were huge, but not much used. 3 or 4 ponies were in their stalls, and several more stalls seemed to be used from time to time, but most of them were without signs of recent use. There had been a time when the place was the headquarters of a busy ranch, but since the time of fences, the activity had lessened until only Abe Martin, his half-dozen riders, and the cook lived there. It was curious to see the dwelling place, large in itself, dwarfed by its outbuildings. A stir in the house called me inside. The inquest was evidently to be more or less of an informal affair, but there was none the less a determined and businesslike air behind it all. Those men meant to get at the bottom of the matter. The coroner seemed to be a conscientious individual who took the evidence of the first witness with great exactitude, though he knew perfectly well beforehand just what the testimony would be. The whole inquiry, as a matter of fact, promised to be cut and dried in spite of Jimmy's announced intention of horning in. The first witness was the cook who had discovered the body. He had come back from town, entered the house, and discovered his employer dead on the floor of the hall. He had been shot through the heart. A rider, whom the cook had hastily summoned, corroborated his testimony and added that the body was cold when he was called, proving that death had occurred some time before. "The evidence shows," said the coroner casually, "that Abe was shot when there wasn't nobody else in the house but him and the murderer. The cashier of the Farmers and Ranchers Bank ain't here, but he has give me the information that Abe had over $4,000 on him when he was killed. That's gone. Evidently he was shot for his money. It's part of the duties of a coroner's jury to uncover any evidence that will help in solving the problem of who the murderer might be. Mr. Joe Harkness will take the stand." There was a movement of interest in the small crowd packed into the one room. I had managed to get beside Jimmy Calton, and his face became extraordinarily mild and gentle. It hinted at some expectation of excitement if I knew Jimmy. Everyone had heard Harkness's story before, so it was simply a recapitulation. "I ain't got a thing to say," announced Harkness bluntly, "'cept that I seen Harry Temple come out of this here house about 3 o'clock, just after Abe Martin was shot. I was having trouble with my spark plugs down the road a ways when I seen Harry. He come out of the kitchen door, looked all round as if he was looking to see if anybody seen him, and then he went down toward the stables. He went inside there, then he come out of that and went over to the quarters and got a drink at the pump by the door. I was wondering what he was doing, but it looks to me like he was making sure there wasn't nobody around that could have told that he'd been around. And there's one more thing. When he come out of the house, he come out of the kitchen door. He was putting something in his breast pocket." I glanced at Jimmy Calton. He was looking at Harkness with a gentle, placid smile. His face did not change when Harry Temple stood up, pale beneath his tan. "Everything Harkness says is so," said Harry Temple determinedly. "Every single word, only I didn't shoot old Abe. I come out here to see him about selling him some yearlings. He wasn't here, so I went in the kitchen to see if I couldn't leave word with the cook. The cook was missing too, but I thought I heard somebody moving around somewhere, and I went just where Harkness said, and just in the order he said. He must have seen me first when I come out of the kitchen. When I couldn't find nobody, I cranked up and left." Harkness stood up. "I hate to contradict Harry," he said sharply, "but he's made a mistake. He didn't crank up and leave. He was driving somebody else's car, and it had a self-starter on it." Harry Temple flushed slightly. "That's a fact," he acknowledged. "I'd forgotten that. I was driving a car they lent me at the garage. I'd left my own there to have some repairs made." "Of course," said Harkness sarcastically, "nobody suspects that you was driving a strange car with strange tires, so they couldn't prove nothing on you by the tracks." Jimmy put a question in a gentle voice. "There's another question," he said softly. "What was Harry putting in his pocket when Harkness saw him coming out of the house?" "I don't remember putting anything in my pocket," said Temple, beginning to be worried. "It was probably my handkerchief." There was a moment's silence. One or two of the men in the room stirred uneasily. Jimmy Calton smiled sweetly to himself. "Mr. Coroner," he said slowly, "may I make an observation or two? It looks like somebody ought to point out 2 or 3 facts." "Go ahead, Jimmy," said the coroner. It seemed to be bothering him that so much seemed to point to the guilt of Harry Temple. Temple did seem to be quite a decent sort, and the coroner evidently hated to bring out so much to his discredit without anything to counteract the impression thus made. Knowing Jimmy, he knew Jimmy would not interfere unless he thought things were going the wrong way, and that meant in this case that he had something to say in Temple's favor. "Mr. Coroner and gentlemen," said Jimmy formally, "it don't seem hardly fair to bring out all this here evidence against a man without any evidence the other way. I want to point out 2 things about this here case. The first is that Harry Temple has got money in the bank, and the second is that he never disputed a single thing Harkness said about him. You know, and I know, that a man with money in the bank ain't going around doing highway robbery and murder. He can't afford to. You just think about that a while. And here's something else to think about. Did you notice that Harry Temple said right off that he done just what Harkness said? Now, if he'd shot old Abe Martin, you know he'd have tried to make some of that stuff sound just a little less incriminating. He'd have said he didn't go in the house just till the door knocked, and he'd have tried to weaken everything Harkness said just that way. But he didn't. He's telling the truth so hard he can't seem to see it's putting a rope around his neck in spite of his being just as innocent as he says. As for his putting something in his breast pocket, nobody puts money there, and especially stolen money, but most everybody puts their handkerchief there. But that ain't evidence, said the coroner disappointedly. I thought you had some facts to give us. I'll give you one fact, Jimmy offered. Harry Temple didn't shoot Abe Martin. Looky here, Harkness himself don't believe he did. Do you? He demanded, turning to that person. Harkness sat stolidly in his chair. You heard what I said, he grunted. You heard what I seen him do. Sure I do, Jimmy admitted readily. But you know he didn't shoot Abe. Jimmy seemed to be making a fool of himself. I tugged at his sleeve for him to sit down, but he paid no attention. What do you mean? Demanded Harkness, suspiciously. Nothing whatever, said Jimmy with a gentleness I suddenly recognized as dangerous. Nothing whatever except what I said. You know Harry Temple didn't shoot Abe. You mean to tell me I'm lying? Snapped Harkness angrily. No, said Jimmy in a cooing drawl. Nothing so harmless. I'm accusing you of something a damn sight more dangerous than lying. I'm accusing you of telling the truth. The exact truth. There was a puzzled pause. I noticed, however, that Harkness was watching Jimmy with a curious alertness. It's always more dangerous to tell the truth in a case like this, Harkness, said Jimmy, still in that gentle drawl. You told the absolute truth about what you saw Harry do, and that's the most dangerous thing you could have told, 'cause there ain't but one man could have told that. Mr. Coroner, if you'll look out of the window, you'll see just where Harry Temple walked down the kitchen steps, just where he went back to the stables, just where he went into the big barn, and just where he got a drink. And then, if you look, you'll see where he stopped his car, so Harkness could see that it had a self-starter on it instead of a crank. I saw a light break on the coroner's face as he looked from place to place in the yard behind the house. He faced about just as Jimmy deliberately pulled a revolver out of his pocket. Harkness told the truth, said Jimmy softly. He told the absolute truth. But there ain't but one place you can see all them things from. With all them barns outside, there ain't but one place you can see the door of the stables, and the big barn, and the pump by the quarters, and the kitchen door, all at once. And there wasn't but one man in the world who could have seen Harry Temple do all of them things, 'cause there wasn't but one man in that place. The only place you can see all them places from is this here room, and the only man in the house when Harry Temple did them things was the man who'd shot Abe Martin and hadn't had time to get away when Harry Temple come driving in. Harkness, Jimmy's voice was suddenly like steel, if you pull that gun on me, I'll blow a hole right through the place your brains ought to be. End of evidence.
The Adventure of the Diamond Necklace by G. F. Forrest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. The Adventure of the Diamond Necklace by G.F. Forrest. As I pushed open the door, I was greeted by the strains of a ravishing melody. Warlock Bones was playing dreamily on the accordion, and his keen, clear-cut face was almost hidden from view by the dense smoke wreaths which curled upwards from an exceedingly fine briar-wood pipe. As soon as he saw me, he drew a final choking sob from the instrument, and rose to his feet with a smile of welcome. "Ah, good morning, Goswell," he said cheerily. "But why do you press your trousers under the bed?" It was true, quite true. This extraordinary observer, the terror of every cowering criminal, the greatest thinker that the world has ever known, had ruthlessly laid bare the secret of my life. Ah, it was true. "But how do you know?" I asked in a stupor of amazement. He smiled at my discomfiture. "I have made a special study of trousers," he answered, "and of beds. I am rarely deceived. But, setting that knowledge for the moment on one side, have you forgotten the few days I spent with you 3 months ago? I saw you do it then." He could never cease to astound me, this lynx-eyed sleuth of crime. I could never master the marvelous simplicity of his methods. I could only wonder and admire, a privilege for which I can never be sufficiently grateful. I seated myself on the floor, and, embracing his left knee with both my arms, in an ecstasy of passionate adoration, gazed up inquiringly into his intellectual countenance. He rolled up his sleeve, and, exposing his thin, nervous arm, injected half a pint of prussic acid with incredible rapidity. This operation finished, he glanced at the clock. "In 23 or 24 minutes," he observed, "a man will probably call to see me. He has a wife, 2 children, and 3 false teeth, one of which will very shortly have to be renewed. He is a successful stockbroker of about 47, wears Jaegers, and is an enthusiastic patron of missing word competitions." "How do you know all this?" I interrupted breathlessly, tapping his tibia with fond impatience. Bones smiled his inscrutable smile. "He will come," he continued, "to ask my advice about some jewels which were stolen from his house at Richmond last Thursday week. Among them was a diamond necklace of quite exceptional value." "Explain!" I cried in rapturous admiration. "Please explain!" "My dear Goswell," he laughed, "you are really very dense. Will you never learn my methods? The man is a personal friend of mine. I met him yesterday in the city, and he asked to come and talk over his loss with me this morning. Voilà tout. Deduction, my good Goswell, mere deduction." "But the jewels! Are the police on the track?" "Very much off it. Really, our police are the veriest bunglers. They have already arrested 27 perfectly harmless and unoffending persons, including a dowager duchess, who is still prostrate with the shock. And, unless I am very much mistaken, they will arrest my friend's wife this afternoon. She was in Moscow at the time of the robbery, but that, of course, is of little consequence to these amiable dolts." "And have you any clues as to the whereabouts of the jewels?" "A fairly good one," he answered. "So good, in fact, that I can at this present moment lay my hands upon them. It is a very simple case, one of the simplest I have ever had to deal with, and yet, in its way, a strange one, presenting several difficulties to the average observer. The motive of the robbery is a little puzzling. The thief appears to have been actuated not by the ordinary greed of gain, so much as by an intense love of self-advertisement." "I can hardly imagine," I said with some surprise. "A burglar?" Quoi? Burglar? Wishing to advertise his exploits to the world? True, Goswell. You show your usual common sense, but you have not the imagination, without which a detective can do nothing. Your position is that of those energetic, if somewhat beef-witted enthusiasts, the police. They are frankly puzzled by the whole affair. To me, personally, the case is as clear as daylight. That I can understand, I murmured with a reverent pat of his shin. The actual thief, he continued, for various reasons I am unwilling to produce. But upon the jewels, as I said just now, I can lay my hand at any moment. Look here. He disentangled himself from my embrace and walked to a patent safe in a corner of the room. From this he extracted a large jewel case, and opening it, disclosed a set of the most superb diamonds. In the midst, a magnificent necklace winked and flashed in the wintry sunlight. The sight took my breath away, and for a time I groveled in speechless admiration before him. But how? I stammered at last, and stopped, for he was reading my confusion with evident amusement. I stole them, said Warlock Bones. End of The Adventure of the Diamond Necklace.
The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com. Nil sapienta odiosus ecumena nemo. Seneca. At Paris, just after dark one gusty evening in the autumn of 18, I was enjoying the twofold luxury of meditation and a meerschaum, in company with my friend C. Auguste Dupin in his little back library or book closet, au Troisième, number 33, Rue Dunot, Faubourg, Saint-Germain. For 1 hour at least we had maintained a profound silence, while each to any casual observer might have seemed intently and exclusively occupied with the curling eddies of smoke that oppressed the atmosphere of the chamber. For myself, however, I was mentally discussing certain topics which had formed matter for conversation between us at an earlier period of the evening. I mean the affair of the Rue Morgue, and the mystery attending the murder of Marie Roget. I looked upon it, therefore, as something of a coincidence when the door of our apartment was thrown open and admitted our old acquaintance, Monsieur G., the prefect of the Parisian police. We gave him a hearty welcome, for there was nearly half as much of the entertaining as of the contemptible about the man, and we had not seen him for several years. We had been sitting in the dark, and Dupin now rose for the purpose of lighting a lamp, but sat down again without doing so, upon G saying that he had called to consult us, or rather to ask the opinion of my friend, about some official business which had occasioned a great deal of trouble. "If it is of any point requiring reflection," observed Dupin, as he forbore to enkindle the wick, "we shall examine it to better purpose in the dark." "That is another of your odd notions," said the prefect, who had a fashion of calling everything odd that was beyond his comprehension, and thus lived amid an absolute legion of oddities. "Very true," said Dupin, as he supplied his visitor with a pipe and rolled towards him a comfortable chair. "And what is the difficulty now?" I asked. "Nothing more in the assassination way, I hope?" "Oh, no, nothing of that nature. The fact is, the business is very simple indeed, and I make no doubt that we can manage it sufficiently well ourselves. But then I thought Dupin would like to hear the details of it, because it is so excessively odd." "Simple and odd," said Dupin. "Why, yes. And not exactly that either. The fact is, we have all been a good deal puzzled because the affair is so simple, and yet baffles us altogether." "Perhaps it is the very simplicity of the thing which puts you at fault," said my friend. "What nonsense you do talk," replied the prefect, laughing heartily. "Perhaps the mystery is a little too plain," said Dupin. "Oh, good heavens! Who ever heard of such an idea? A little too self-evident." "Ha ha! Ho ho ho!" roared our visitor, profoundly amused. "Oh, Dupin, you will be the death of me yet." "And what, after all, is the matter at hand?" I asked. "Well, I will tell you," replied the prefect, as he gave a long, steady, and contemplative puff, and settled himself into the chair. "I will tell you in a few words, but before I begin, let me caution you that this is an affair demanding the greatest secrecy, and that I should most probably lose the position I now hold were it known that I confided it to anyone." "Proceed," said I. "Or not," said Dupin. "Well then, I have received personal information from a very high quarter that a certain document of the last importance has been purloined from the royal apartments. The individual who purloined it is known. This is beyond a doubt. He was seen to take it. It is known also that it still remains in his possession." "How is this known?" asked Dupin. "It is clearly inferred," replied the prefect, "from the nature of the document, and from the non-appearance of certain results which would at once arise from its passing out of the robber's possession. That is to say, from his employing it as he must design in the end to employ it." "Be a little more explicit," I said. "Well, I may venture so far as to say that the paper gives its holder a certain power in a certain quarter where such power is immensely valuable." The prefect was fond of the cant of diplomacy. "Still, I do not quite understand," said Dupin. "No? Well, the disclosure of the document to a third person, who shall be nameless, would bring in question the honor of a personage of most exalted station, and this fact gives the holder of the document an ascendancy over the illustrious personage whose honor and peace are so jeopardized." "But this ascendancy," I interposed, "would depend upon the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Who would dare?" "The thief," said G, "is the Minister D, who dares all things, those unbecoming as well as those becoming a man. The method of the theft was not less ingenious than bold. The document in question, a letter to be frank, had been received by the personage robbed while alone in the royal boudoir. During its perusal, she was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the other exalted personage from whom especially it was her wish to conceal it. After a hurried and vain endeavor to thrust it into a drawer, she was forced to place it, open as it was, upon a table. The address, however, was uppermost, and the contents thus unexposed. The letter escaped notice. At this juncture enters the Minister D. His lynx eye immediately perceives the paper, recognizes the handwriting of the address, observes the confusion of the personage addressed, and fathoms her secret. After some business transaction, hurried through in his ordinary manner, he produces a letter somewhat similar to the one in question, opens it, pretends to read it, and then places it in close juxtaposition to the other. Again he converses for some 15 minutes upon the public affairs. At length, in taking leave, he takes also from the table the letter to which he has no claim. Its rightful owner saw, but of course dared not call attention to the act in the presence of the third personage who stood at her elbow. The minister decamped, leaving his own letter, one of no importance, upon the table. "Here, then," said Dupin to me, "you have precisely what you demand to make the ascendancy complete. The robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber." "Yes," replied the prefect, "and the power thus attained has, for some months, been wielded, for political purposes, to a very dangerous extent. The personage robbed is more thoroughly convinced every day of the necessity of reclaiming her letter, but this, of course, cannot be done openly. In fine, driven to despair, she has committed the matter to me." "Than whom," said Dupin, amid a perfect whirlwind of smoke, "no more sagacious agent could, I suppose, be desired or even imagined." "You flatter me," replied the prefect, "but it is possible that some such opinion may have been entertained." "It is clear," said I, "as you observe, that the letter is still in possession of the minister, since it is this possession, and not any employment of the letter, which bestows the power. With the employment, the power departs." "True," said G, "and upon this conviction I proceed. My first care was to make a thorough search of the minister's hotel, and here my chief embarrassment lay in the necessity of searching without his knowledge. Beyond all things, I have been warned of the danger which would result from giving him reason to suspect our design." "But," said I, "you are quite au fait in these investigations. The Parisian police have done this thing often before." "Oh yes, and for this reason I did not despair. The habits of the minister gave me, too, a great advantage. He is frequently absent from home all night. His servants are by no means numerous. They sleep at a distance from their master's apartment, and being chiefly Neapolitans, are readily made drunk. I have keys, as you know, with which I can open any chamber or cabinet in Paris. For 3 months a night has not passed, during the greater part of which I have not been engaged personally in ransacking the D Hotel. My honor is interested, and to mention a great secret, the reward is enormous. So I did not abandon the search until I had become fully satisfied that the thief is a more astute man than myself. I fancy that I have investigated every nook and corner of the premises in which it is possible that a paper can be concealed." But is it not possible, I suggested, that although the letter may be in possession of the minister, as it unquestioningly is, he may have concealed it elsewhere than upon his own premises? This is barely possible, said Dupin. The present peculiar condition of affairs at court, and especially those intrigues in which D is known to be involved, would render the instant availability of the document, its susceptibility of being produced at a moment's notice, a point of nearly equal importance with its possession. Its susceptibility of being produced, said I? That is to say, of being destroyed, said Dupin. True, I observed. The paper is clearly then upon the premises. As for its being upon the person of the minister, we may consider that as out of the question. Entirely, said the prefect. He has been twice waylaid, as if by footpads, and his person rigorously searched under my own inspection. You might have spared yourself this trouble, said Dupin. D, I presume, is not altogether a fool, and if not, must have anticipated these waylayings as a matter of course. Not altogether a fool, said G, but then he's a poet, which I take to be only one remove from a fool. True, said Dupin, after a long and thoughtful whiff from his meerschaum, although I have been guilty of a certain doggerel myself. Suppose you detail, said I, the particulars of your search. Why, the fact is, we took our time, and we searched everywhere. I have had long experience in these affairs. I took the entire building, room by room, devoting the nights of a whole week to each. We examined first the furniture of each apartment. We opened every possible drawer, and I presume you know that, to a properly trained police agent, such a thing as a secret drawer is impossible. Any man is a dolt who permits a secret drawer to escape him in a search of this kind. The thing is so plain. There is a certain amount of bulk, of space, to be accounted for in every cabinet. Then we have accurate rules. The 50th part of a line could not escape us. After the cabinets we took chairs. The cushions we probed with fine long needles you have seen me employ. From the tables we removed tops. Why so? Sometimes the top of a table, or other similarly arranged piece of furniture, is removed by the person wishing to conceal an article. Then the leg is excavated, the article deposited within the cavity, and the top replaced. The bottoms and tops of bedposts are employed in the same way. But could not the cavity be detected by sounding, I asked. By no means, if, when the article is deposited, a sufficient wadding of cotton be placed around it. Besides, in our case, we were obliged to proceed without noise. But you could not have removed, you could not have taken to pieces all articles of furniture in which it would have been possible to make a deposit in the manner you mention. A letter may be compressed into a thin spiral roll, not differing much in shape or bulk from a large knitting needle, and in this form it might be inserted into the rung of a chair, for example. You did not take to pieces all the chairs. Certainly not, but we did better. We examined the rungs of every chair in the hotel, and indeed the jointings of every description of furniture, by the aid of a most powerful microscope. Had there been any traces of recent disturbance, we should not have failed to detect it instantly. A single grain of gimlet dust, for example, would have been as obvious as an apple. Any disorder to the gluing, any unusual gapping in the joints, would have sufficed to ensure detection. I presume you looked to the mirrors, between the boards and the plates, and you probed the beds and the bedclothes, as well as the curtains and carpets. That, of course, and when we had absolutely completed every particle of the furniture in this way, then we examined the house itself. We divided its entire surface into compartments which we numbered, so that none might be missed. Then we scrutinized each individual square inch throughout the premises, including the 2 houses immediately adjoining, with the microscope as before. The 2 houses adjoining, I exclaimed. You must have had a great deal of trouble. We had, but the reward offered is prodigious. You include the grounds about the houses? All the grounds are paved with brick. They gave us comparatively little trouble. We examined the moss between the bricks and found it undisturbed. You looked among D's papers, of course, and into the books of the library. Certainly. We opened every package and parcel. We not only opened every book, but we turned over every leaf in each volume, not contenting ourselves with a mere shake, according to the fashion of some of our police officers. We also measured the thickness of every book cover, with the most accurate measurement, and applied to each the most jealous scrutiny of the microscope. Had any of the bindings been recently meddled with, it would have been utterly impossible that the fact should have escaped observation. Some 5 or 6 volumes, just from the hands of the binder, we carefully probed longitudinally with the needles. You explored the floors beneath the carpets? Beyond doubt. We removed every carpet and examined the boards with the microscope. And the paper on the walls? Yes. You looked into the cellars? We did. Then, I said, You have been making a miscalculation, and the letter is not upon the premises as you suppose." "I fear you are right there," said the prefect. "And now, Dupin, what would you advise me to do?" "To make a thorough research of the premises." "That is absolutely needless," replied G. "I am not more sure than I breathe than I am that letter is not at the hotel." "I have no better advice to give you," said Dupin. "You have, of course, an accurate description of the letter." "Oh, yes." And here the prefect, producing a memorandum book, proceeded to read aloud a minute account of the internal and especially of the external appearance of the missing document. Soon after finishing the perusal of this description, he took his departure, more entirely depressed in spirits than I have ever known the good gentleman before. In about a month afterwards he paid us another visit, and found us occupied very nearly as before. He took a pipe and a chair, and entered into some ordinary conversation. At length I said, "Well, but G, what of the purloined letter? I presume you have at last made up your mind that there is no such thing as overreaching the minister." "Confound him," say I, "yes. I made the re-examination, however, as Dupin suggested, but it was all labor lost, as I knew it would be." "How much was the reward offered, did you say?" asked Dupin. "Why, a very great deal, a very liberal reward. I don't like to say how much precisely, but one thing I will say, that I wouldn't mind giving my individual check for 50,000 francs to anyone who could obtain me that letter. The fact is, it is becoming of more and more importance every day, and the reward has been lately doubled. If it were trebled, however, I could do no more than I have done." "Why, yes," said Dupin drawingly between the whiffs of his meerschaum. "I really think, G, you have not exerted yourself to the utmost in this matter. You might do a little more, I think, eh?" "How? In what way?" "Why, you might employ counsel in the matter, eh? Do you remember the story they tell of Abernathy?" "No. Hang Abernathy." "To be sure, hang him and welcome. But once upon a time a certain rich miser conceived the design of sponging upon this Abernathy for a medical opinion. Getting up for this purpose in ordinary conversation in a private company, he insinuated his case to the physician as that of an ordinary individual. 'We will suppose,' said the miser, 'that his symptoms are such and such. Now, doctor, what would you have directed him to take?' 'Take,' said Abernathy, 'why, take advice, to be sure.' 'But,' said the prefect a little discomposed, 'I am perfectly willing to take advice and pay for it. I would really give 50,000 francs to anyone who would aid me in the matter.' 'In that case,' replied Dupin, opening a drawer and producing a checkbook, 'you may as well fill me up a check for the amount mentioned. When you have signed it, I will hand you the letter.' I was astonished. The prefect appeared absolutely thunderstricken. For some minutes he remained speechless and motionless, looking incredulously at my friend with open mouth, and eyes that seemed staring from their sockets. Then, apparently recovering himself in some measure, he seized a pen, and after several pauses and vacant stares, finally filled up and signed a check for 50,000 francs, and handed it across the table to Dupin. The latter examined it carefully and deposited it in his pocket-book. Then, unlocking an escritoire, took thence a letter and gave it to the prefect. This functionary grasped it in a perfect agony of joy, opened it with a trembling hand, cast a rapid glance at its contents, and then, scrambling and struggling to the door, rushed at length unceremoniously from the room and from the house, without having uttered a syllable since Dupin had requested him to fill up the check. When he had gone, my friend entered into some explanations. "The Parisian police," he said, "are exceedingly able in their way. They are persevering, ingenious, cunning, and thoroughly versed in the knowledge which their duty seemed chiefly to demand. Thus, when G detailed to us his mode of searching the premises at the Hotel D, I felt entire confidence in his having made a satisfactory investigation, so far as his labors extended." "So far as his labors extended?" said I. "Yes," said Dupin. "The measures adopted were not only the best of their kind, but carried out to absolute perfection. Had the letter been deposited within the range of their search, these fellows would, beyond a question, have found it." I merely laughed, but he seemed quite serious in all that he said. "The measures, then," he continued, "were good in their kind, and well executed. Their defect lay in their being inapplicable to the case, and to the man. A certain set of highly ingenious resources are, with the prefect, a sort of Procrustean bed, to which he forcibly adopts his designs. But he perpetually errs by being too deep or too shallow for the matter in hand, and many a schoolboy is a better reasoner than he. I knew one of about 8 years of age, whose success at guessing in the game of even and odd attracted universal admiration. This game is simple and is played with marbles. One player holds in his hands a number of these toys and demands of another whether that number is even or odd. If the guess is right, the guesser wins one. If wrong, he loses one. The boy to whom I allude won all the marbles of the school. Of course he had some principle of guessing, and this lay in mere observation and admeasurement of the astuteness of his opponents. For example, an arrant simpleton is his opponent, and, holding up his closed hands, asks, "Are they even or odd?" Our schoolboy replies odd, and loses. But upon the second trial he wins, for then he says to himself, "The simpleton had them even upon the first trial, and his amount of cunning is just sufficient to make him have them odd upon the second. I will therefore guess odd." He guesses odd, and wins. Now, with a simpleton a degree above the first, he would have reasoned thus: "This fellow finds that in the first instance I guessed odd, and in the second he will propose to himself, upon the first impulse, a simple variation from even to odd, as did the first simpleton. But then a second thought will suggest that this is too simple a variation, and finally he will decide upon putting it even as before. I will therefore guess even." He guesses even, and wins. Now, this mode of reasoning in the schoolboy, whom his fellows termed lucky, what, in its last analysis, is it? It is merely, I said, an identification of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent. "It is," said Dupin, and upon inquiring of the boy by what means he effected the thorough identification in which his success consisted, I received an answer as follows: "When I wish to find out how wise, or how stupid, or how good, or how wicked is anyone, or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression of my face as accurately as possible in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression." This response of the schoolboy lies at the bottom of all the spurious profundity which has been attributed to Rochefoucauld, to La Bougive, to Machiavelli, and to Campanella. And the identification, I said, of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent depends, if I understand you aright, upon the accuracy from which the opponent's intellect is admeasured. "For its practical value it depends upon this," replied Dupin, "and the prefect and his cohorts fail so frequently, first, by default of this identification, and secondly, by ill admeasurement, or rather through non-admeasurement, of the intellect with which they are engaged. They consider only their own ideas of ingenuity, and in searching for anything hidden, avert only to the modes in which they would have hidden it. They are right in this much, that their own ingenuity is a faithful representative of that of the mass. But when the cunning of the individual felon is diverse in character from their own, the felon foils them, of course. This always happens when it is above their own, and very usually when it is below. They have no variation of principle in their investigations. At best, when urged by some unusual emergency, by some extraordinary reward, they extend or exaggerate their old modes of practice, without touching their principles. What, for example, in this case of D, has been done to vary the principle of action? What is all this boring and probing and sounding and scrutinizing with the microscope and dividing the surface of the building into registered square inches? What is it but an exaggeration of the application of one principle, or a set of principles of search, which are based upon the one set of notions regarding human ingenuity to which the prefect in the long routine of his day has been accustomed? Do you not see he has taken it for granted that all men proceed to conceal a letter? Not exactly in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg, but at least in some out-of-the-way hole or corner suggested by the same tenor of thought, which would urge a man to secrete a letter in a gimlet hole bored in a chair leg? And do you not see also that such recherché nooks for concealment are adapted only for ordinary occasions, and would be adopted only by ordinary intellects? For, in all cases of concealment, a disposal of the article concealed, a disposal of it in this recherché manner, is, in the very first instance, presumable and presumed, and thus its discovery depends, not at all upon the acumen, but altogether upon the mere care, patience, and determination of the seekers. And where the case is of importance, or what amounts to the same thing in the political eyes, when the reward is of magnitude, the qualities in question have never been known to fail. You will now understand what I meant in suggesting that, had the purloined letter been hidden anywhere within the limits of the prefect's examination, in other words, had the principle of its concealment been comprehended within the principles of the prefect, its discovery would have been a matter altogether beyond question. This functionary, however, has been thoroughly mystified, and the remote source of his defeat lies in the supposition that the minister is a fool, because he has acquired renown as a poet. All fools are poets. This the prefect feels, and he is merely guilty of a non-distributio medii, and thence inferring that all poets are fools. But is this really the poet? I asked. There are two brothers, I know, and both have attained reputation in letters. The minister, I believe, has written learnedly on differential calculus. He is a mathematician, and no poet. You are mistaken. I know him well. He is both. As poet and mathematician he would reason well. As mere mathematician he could not have reasoned at all, and thus would have been at the mercy of the prefect. "You surprise me," I said, "by these opinions which have been contradicted by the voice of the world. You do not mean to set at naught the well-digested idea of centuries. The mathematical reason has long been regarded as the reason par excellence." "Il y a perrier," replied Dupin, quoting from Chamfort, "que toute idée publique, toute conversion recruteste une sottise, car elle a convenu au plus grand nombre." The mathematicians, I grant you, have done their best to promulgate the popular error to which you allude, and which is none the less an error for its promulgation as truth. With an art worthy a better cause, for example, they have insinuated the term analysis into application to algebra. The French are the originators of this particular deception. But if a term is of any importance, if words derive any value from applicability, then analysis conveys algebra about as much as in Latin ambitus implies ambition, religio religion, or homines honesti a set of honorable men. "You have a quarrel on hand, I see," said I, "with some of the algebraists of Paris. But proceed." "I dispute the availability, and thus the value of that reason which is cultivated in any especial form other than abstractly logical. I dispute, in particular, the reason adduced by mathematical study. The mathematics are the science of form and quantity. Mathematical reasoning is merely logic applied to observation upon form and quantity. The great error lies in supposing that even the truths of what is called pure algebra are abstract or general truths. And this error is so egregious that I am confounded at the universality with which it has been received. Mathematical axioms are not axioms of general truth. What is true of relation of form and quantity is often grossly false in regard to morals, for example. In this latter science, it is usually untrue that the aggregated parts are equal to the whole. In chemistry also the axiom fails. In the consideration of motive it fails, for two motives each of a given value have not necessarily a value united equal to the sum of their values apart. There are numerous other mathematical truths which are only truths within the limits of relation. But the mathematician argues, from his finite truths through habit, as if they were of absolutely general applicability, as the world indeed imagines them to be. Bryant, in his very learned mythology, mentions an analogous source of error, when he says that, although the pagan fables are not believed, yet we forget ourselves continually, and make inferences from them as existing realities. With the algebraists, however, who are pagans themselves, the pagan fables are believed, and inferences are made, not so much through lapse of memory, as through an unaccountable addling of the brains. In short, I never yet encountered a mere mathematician who could be trusted out of equal roots, or one who did not clandestinely hold it as a point of faith that x2 plus px was absolutely and unconditionally equal to q. Say to one of these gentlemen, by way of experiment, if you please, that you believe occasions may occur where x2 plus px is not altogether equal to q, and having made him understand what you mean, get out of his reach as speedily as convenient, for beyond doubt he will endeavor to knock you down. "I mean to say," continued Dupin, while I merely laughed at his last observations, "that if the minister had been no more than a mathematician, the prefect would have been under no necessity of giving me this check. I know him, however, as both mathematician and poet, and my measures were adapted to his capacity, with reference to the circumstances by which he was surrounded. I knew him as a courtier, too, and as a bold intriguant. Such a man, I considered, would not fail to be aware of the ordinary political modes of action. He could not have failed to anticipate, and events have proved that he did not fail to anticipate, the waylayings to which he was subjected. He must have foreseen, I reflected, the secret investigations of his premises. His frequent absences from home at night, which were hailed by the prefect as certain aids to his success, I regard only as ruses, to afford opportunity for thorough search to the police, and thus the sooner to impress them with the conviction to which G, in fact, did finally arrive, the conviction that the letter was not upon the premises. I felt also that the whole train of thought, which I was at some pains in detailing to you just now, concerning the invariable principle of political action in searches for articles concealed, I felt that this whole train of thought would necessarily pass through the mind of the minister. It would imperatively lead him to dispense with all the ordinary nooks of concealment. He could not, I reflected, be so weak as to not see that the most intricate and remote recess of his hotel would be as open as his commonest closets to the eyes, to the probes, to the gimlets, and to the microscopes of the prefect. I saw, in fine, that he would be driven, as a matter of course, to simplicity, if not deliberately induced to it as a matter of choice. You will remember, perhaps, how desperately the prefect laughed when I suggested, upon our first interview, that it was just possible this mystery troubled him so much on account of being so very self-evident. "Yes," said I. "I remember his merriment well. I really thought he would have fallen into convulsions." "The material world," continued Dupin, "abounds with very strict analogies to the immaterial, and thus some color of truth has been given to the rhetorical dogma that metaphor or simile may be made to strengthen an argument, as well as to embellish a description. The principle of the vis inertiae, for example, seems to be identical in physics and metaphysics. It is not more true in the former that a large body is with more difficulty set in motion than a smaller one, and that its subsequent momentum is commensurate with its difficulty, than it is in the latter, that intellects of the vaster capacity, while more forcible, more constant, and more eventful in their movements than those of inferior grade, are yet the less readily moved, and more embarrassed and full of hesitation in the first few steps of their progress. Again, have you ever noticed which of the street signs over the shop doors are the most attractive of attention?" "I have never given the matter a thought," I said. "There is a game of puzzles," he resumed, "which is played upon a map. One party playing requires another to find a given word, the name of town, river, state, or empire, any word, in short, upon the motley and perplexed surface of the chart. A novice of the game generally seeks to embarrass his opponents by giving them the most minutely lettered names, but the adept selects such words as stretch in large characters from one end of the chart to the other. These, like the over-largely lettered signs in the placards of the street, escape observation by dint of being excessively obvious, and here the physical oversight is precisely analogous with the moral inapprehension by which the intellect suffers to pass unnoticed those considerations which are too obtrusive and too palpably self-evident. But this is a point, it appears, somewhat above or beneath the understanding of the prefect. He never once thought it probable or possible that the minister had deposited the letter immediately beneath the nose of the whole world, by way of best preventing any portion of that world from perceiving it. But the more I reflected upon the daring, dashing, and discriminating ingenuity of D, upon the fact that the document must have always been at hand, if he intended to use it for good purpose, and upon the decisive evidence obtained by the prefect that it was not hidden within the limits of that dignitary's ordinary search, the more satisfied I became that, to conceal this letter, the minister had resorted to the comprehensive and sagacious expedient of not attempting to conceal it at all. Full of these ideas, I prepared myself with a pair of green spectacles, and called one fine morning, quite by accident, at the ministerial hotel. I found D at home, yawning, lounging, and dawdling as usual, and pretending to be in the last extremity of ennui. He is perhaps the most really energetic human being now alive, but that is only when nobody sees him. To be even with him, I complained of my weak eyes, and lamented the necessity of the spectacles, under cover of which I cautiously and thoroughly surveyed the whole apartment, while seemingly intent only upon the conversation of my host. I paid especial attention to a large writing table near which he sat, and upon which lay confusedly some miscellaneous letters and other papers, with one or two musical instruments and a few books. Here, however, after a long and very deliberate scrutiny, I saw nothing to excite particular suspicion. At length my eyes, in going the circuit of the room, fell upon a trumpery filigree card-rack of pasteboard that hung dangling by a dirty blue ribbon from a little brass knob just beneath the middle of the mantelpiece. In this rack, which had 3 or 4 compartments, were 5 or 6 visiting cards and a solitary letter. This last was much soiled and crumpled. It was torn nearly in two across the middle, as if a design in the first instance to tear it entirely up as worthless had been altered or stayed in the second. It had a large black seal bearing the D cipher very conspicuously, and was addressed in a diminutive female hand to D, the minister himself. It was thrust carelessly and even, as it seemed, contemptuously, into one of the uppermost divisions of the rack. No sooner had I glanced at this letter than I concluded it to be that of which I searched. To be sure, it was, to all appearance, radically different from the one of which the prefect had read us so minute a description. Here the seal was large and black, with the D cipher. There it was small and red, with the ducal arms of the S family. Here the address to the minister, diminutive and feminine. There the superscription to a certain royal personage was markedly bold and decided. The size alone formed a point of correspondence. But then, the radicalness of these differences, which was excessive, the dirt, the soiled and torn condition of the paper, so inconsistent with the true methodical habits of D, and so suggestive of a design to delude the beholder into an idea of the worthlessness of the document. These things, together with the hyper-obtrusive situation of this document, full in the view of every visitor, and thus exactly in accordance with the conclusions to which I had previously arrived, these things, I say, were strongly corroborative of suspicion, in one who came with the intention to suspect. I protracted my visit as long as possible, and while I maintained a most animated discussion with the minister upon a topic which I knew well to have never failed to interest and excite him, I kept my attention really riveted upon the letter. In this examination I committed to memory its external appearance and arrangement in the rack, and also fell at length upon a discovery which set at rest whatever trivial doubt I might have entertained. In scrutinizing the edges of the paper, I observed them to be more chaff than seemed necessary. They presented the broken appearance which is manifested when a stiff paper, having been folded and pressed with a folder, is refolded in a reverse direction, in the same creases or edges which had formed the original fold. This discovery was sufficient. It was clear to me that the letter had been turned, as a glove, inside out, redirected, and resealed. I bade the minister good morning, and took my departure at once, leaving a gold snuff-box upon the table. The next morning I called for the snuff-box, when we resumed quite eagerly the conversation of the preceding day. While this engaged, however, a loud report, as if of a pistol, was heard immediately beneath the windows of the hotel, and was succeeded by a series of fearful screams and the shoutings of a terrified mob. D rushed to the casement, threw it open, and looked out. In the meantime, I stepped to the card-rack, took the letter, put it in my pocket, and replaced it by a facsimile, so far as regards externals, which I had carefully prepared at my lodgings, imitating the D cipher very readily by means of a seal formed of bread. The disturbance in the street had been occasioned by the frantic behavior of a man with a musket. He had fired it among a crowd of women and children. It proved, however, to have been without ball, and the fellow was suffered to go his way as a lunatic or a drunkard. When he had gone, D came from the window, whither I had followed him immediately upon securing the object in view. Soon afterwards I bade him farewell. The pretended lunatic was a man in my own pay. But what purpose had you, I asked, in replacing the letter by a facsimile? Would it have not been better, at the first visit, to have seized it openly and departed? D, replied Dupin, is a desperate man, and a man of nerve. His hotel, too, is not without attendants devoted to his interest. Had I made the wild attempt you suggest, I might never have left the ministerial presence alive. The good people of Paris might have heard of me no more. But I had an object apart from these considerations. You know my political prepossessions. In this matter, I act as a partisan of the lady concerned. For 18 months the minister has had her in his power. She now has him in hers, since, being unaware that the letter is not in his possession, he will proceed with his exactions as if it was. Thus will he inevitably commit himself at once to his political destruction. His downfall, too, will not be more precipitate than awkward. It is all very well to talk about the facilis decensis Averni, but in all kinds of climbing, as Catalini said of singing, it is far more easy to get up than to come down. In the present instance I had no sympathy, at least no pity, for him who descends. He is that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. I confess, however, that I should like very well to know the precise nature of his thoughts when, being defied by her whom the prefect terms a certain personage, he is reduced to opening the letter which I left for him in the card-rack. How? Did you put anything particular in it? Why, it did not seem altogether right to leave the interior blank. That would have been insulting. D, at Vienna once, did me an evil turn, which I told him, quite good-humoredly, that I should remember. So, as I knew he would feel some curiosity in regard to the identity of the person who had outwitted him, I thought it a pity not to give him a clue. He is well acquainted with my manuscript, and I just copied into the middle of the blank sheet the words, "En descend si funeste, sin danin d'atri, adin de thiest." They are to be found in Crébillon's at Tri. End of The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe. This recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
The Nameless Man by Rodriguez Atalingui. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. The Nameless Man by Rodriguez Atalingui. Mr. Barnes was sitting in his private room with nothing of special importance to occupy his thoughts when his office boy announced a visitor. "What name?" asked Mr. Barnes. "None," was the reply. "You mean," said the detective, "that the man did not give you his name? He must have one, of course. Show him in." A minute later the stranger entered and, bowing courteously, began the conversation at once. "Mr. Barnes, the famous detective, I believe?" said he. "My name is Barnes," replied the detective. "May I have the pleasure of knowing yours?" "I sincerely hope so," continued the stranger. "The fact is, I suppose I have forgotten it." "Forgotten your name?" Mr. Barnes scented an interesting case and became doubly attentive. "Yes," said the visitor, "that is precisely my singular predicament. I seem to have lost my identity. That is the object of my call. I wish to discover who I am. As I evidently am a full-grown man, I can certainly claim that I have a past history, but to me that past is entirely a blank. I awoke this morning in this condition, yet apparently in possession of all my faculties, so much so that I at once saw the advisability of consulting a first-class detective, and upon inquiry I was directed to you. Your case is interesting from my point of view, I mean. To you, of course, it must seem unfortunate, yet it is not unparalleled. There have been many such cases recorded, and for your temporary relief, I may say that sooner or later complete restoration of memory usually occurs. But now let us try to unravel your mystery as soon as possible, that you may suffer as little inconvenience as there need be. I would like to ask you a few questions." "As many as you like, and I will do my best to answer." "Do you think that you are a New Yorker?" "I have not the least idea whether I am or not." "You say you were advised to consult me. By whom?" "The clerk at the Waldorf Hotel where I slept last night." "Then of course he gave you my address. Did you find it necessary to ask him how to find my office?" "Well, no, I did not. That seems strange, does it not? I certainly had no difficulty in coming here. I suppose that must be a significant fact, Mr. Barnes?" "It tends to show that you have been familiar with New York, but we must still find out whether you live here or not. How did you register at the hotel?" "M.J.G., Remington City." "You are sure that Remington is not your name?" "Quite sure. After breakfast this morning I was passing through the lobby when the clerk called me twice by that name. Finally, one of the hall boys touched me on the shoulder and explained that I was wanted at the desk. I was very much confused to find myself called Mr. Remington, a name which is certainly not my own. Before I fully realized my position, I said to the clerk, 'Why do you call me Remington?' And he replied, 'Because you registered under that name.' I tried to pass it off, but I am sure that the clerk looks upon me as a suspicious character." "What baggage have you with you at the hotel?" "None, not even a satchel." "May there not be something in your pockets that would help us? Letters, for example?" "I am sorry to say that I have made a search in that direction, but found nothing. Luckily, I did have a pocketbook, though." "Much money in it?" "In the neighborhood of $500. Mr. Barnes turned to his table and made a few notes on a pad of paper. While he was so engaged, his visitor took out a fine gold watch, and after a glance at the face was about to return it to his pocket when Mr. Barnes wheeled around in his chair and said, "That is a handsome watch you have there, of a curious pattern, too. I am rather interested in old watches." The stranger seemed confused for an instant and quickly put up his watch, saying, "There is nothing remarkable about it, merely an old family relic. I value it more for that than anything else. But about my case, Mr. Barnes, how long do you think it will take to restore my identity to me? It is rather awkward to go about under a false name." "I should think so," said the detective. "I will do my best. No clue to work upon, so that it is impossible to say what my success will be. Still, I think 48 hours should suffice. At least in that time I ought to make some discoveries for you. Suppose you call again on the day after tomorrow at noon precisely. Will that suit you?" "Very well indeed. If you can tell me who I am at that time, I shall be more than convinced that you are a great detective, as I have been told." He arose and prepared to go, and upon that instant Mr. Barnes touched a button under his table with his foot, which caused a bell to ring in a distant part of the building, no sound of which penetrated the private office. Thus anyone could visit Mr. Barnes in his den, and might leave unsuspicious of the fact that a spy would be awaiting him out in the street, who would shadow him persistently day and night until recalled by his chief. After giving the signal, Mr. Barnes held his strange visitor in conversation a few minutes longer to allow his spy opportunity to get to his post. "How will you pass the time away, Mr. Remington?" said he. "We may as well call you by that name until I find your true one." "Yes, I suppose so. As to what I shall do during the next 48 hours, why, I think I may as well devote myself to seeing the sights. It is a remarkably pleasant day for a stroll, and I think I will visit your beautiful Central Park." "A capital idea. By all means, I would advise occupation of that kind. It would be best not to do any business until your memory is restored to you." "Business? Why, of course I can do no business." "No, if you were to order any goods, for example, under the name of Remington, later on when you resume your proper identity, you might be arrested as an impostor." "By George, I had not thought of that. My position is more serious than I had realized. I thank you for the warning. Sightseeing will assuredly be my safest plan for the next 2 days." "I think so. Call at the time agreed upon and hope for the best. If I should need you before then, I will send to your hotel." Saying good morning, Mr. Barnes turned to his desk again, and as the stranger looked at him before stepping out of the room, the detective seemed engrossed in some papers before him. Yet scarcely had the door closed upon the retreating form of his recent visitor when Mr. Barnes looked up with an air of expectancy. A moment later, a very tiny bell in a drawer of his desk rang, indicating that the man had left the building, the signal having been sent to him by one of his employees, whose business it was to watch all departures and notify his chief. A few moments later, Mr. Barnes himself emerged, clad in an entirely different suit of clothing, and with such an alteration in the color of his hair that more than a casual glance would have been required to recognize him. When he reached the street, the stranger was nowhere in sight, but Mr. Barnes went to a doorway opposite, and there he found, written in blue pencil, the word "up," whereupon he walked rapidly uptown as far as the next corner, where once more he examined a doorpost, upon which he found the word "right," which indicated the way the men ahead of him had turned. Beyond this he could expect no signals, for the spy shadowing the stranger did not know positively that his chief would take part in the game. The 2 signals which he had written on the doors were merely a part of a routine, and intended to aid Mr. Barnes should he follow. But if he did so, he would be expected to be in sight of the spy by the time the second signal were reached. And so it proved in this instance, for as Mr. Barnes turned the corner to the right, he easily discerned his man about 2 blocks ahead, and presently was near enough to see Remington also. The pursuit continued until Mr. Barnes was surprised to see him enter the park, thus carrying out his intention as stated in his interview with the detective. Entering at the Fifth Avenue gate, he made his way towards the menagerie, and here a curious incident occurred. The stranger had mingled with the crowd in the monkey house, and was enjoying the antics of the mischievous little animals, when Mr. Barnes, getting close behind him, deftly removed a pocket handkerchief from the tail of his coat, and swiftly transferred it to his own. On the day following, shortly before noon, Mr. Barnes walked quickly into the reading room of the Fifth Avenue Hotel. In one corner there is a handsome mahogany cabinet containing 3 compartments, each of which is entered through double doors, having glass panels in the upper half. About these panels are draped yellow silk curtains, and in the center of each appears a white porcelain numeral. These compartments are used as public telephone stations, the applicant being shut in so as to be free from the noise of the outer room. Mr. Barnes spoke to the girl in charge, and then passed into the compartment numbered V. Less than 5 minutes later, Mr. Leroy Mitchell came into the reading room. His keen eyes peered about him, scanning the countenances of those busy with the papers or writing, and then he gave the telephone girl a number, and went into the compartment numbered 1. About 10 minutes elapsed before Mr. Mitchell came out again, and having paid the toll, he left the hotel. When Mr. Barnes emerged, there was an expression of extreme satisfaction upon his face. Without lingering, he also went out, but instead of following Mr. Mitchell through the main lobby to Broadway, he crossed the reading room and reached 23rd Street through the side door. Thence he proceeded to the station of the elevated railroad and went uptown. 20 minutes later he was ringing the bell of Mr. Mitchell's residence. The butler, who answered his summons, informed him that his master was not at home. He usually comes in to luncheon, however, does he not?" asked the detective. "Yes, sir," responded the boy. "Is Mrs. Mitchell at home?" "No, sir." "Miss Rose?" "Yes, sir." "Ah, then I'll wait. Take my card to her." Mr. Barnes passed into the luxurious drawing room and was soon joined by Rose, Mr. Mitchell's adopted daughter. "I'm sorry Papa is not at home, Mr. Barnes," said the little lady, "but he will surely be in to luncheon if you will wait." "Yes, thank you, I think I will. It is quite a trip up, and being here I may as well stop a while and see your father, though the matter is not of any great importance." "Some interesting case, Mr. Barnes? If so, do tell me about it. You know I am almost as much interested in your cases as Papa is." "Yes, I know you are, and my vanity is flattered, but I am sorry to say I have nothing on hand at present worth relating. My errand is a very simple one. Your father was saying a few days ago that he was thinking of buying a bicycle, and yesterday by accident I came across a machine of an entirely new make, which seems to me superior to anything yet produced. I thought he might be interested to see it before deciding what kind to buy." "I'm afraid you are too late, Mr. Barnes. Papa has bought a bicycle already." "Indeed, what style did he choose?" "I really do not know, but it is down in the lower hall if you care to look at it." "It's hardly worth while, Miss Rose. After all, I have no interest in the new model, and if your father has found something that he likes, I won't even mention the other to him. It might only make him regret his bargain. Still, on second thought, I will go down with you if you will take me into the dining room and show me the head of that moose which your father had been bragging about killing. I believe it has come back from the taxidermist?" "Oh, yes, he is just a monster. Come on." They went down to the dining room, and Mr. Barnes expressed great admiration about the moose's head and praised Mr. Mitchell's skill as a marksman. But he had taken a moment to scrutinize the bicycle which stood in the hallway while Rose was opening the blinds in the dining room. Then they returned to the drawing room, and after a little more conversation, Mr. Barnes departed, saying that he could not wait any longer, but he charged Rose to tell her father that he particularly desired him to call at noon on the following day. Promptly at the time appointed, Remington walked into the office of Mr. Barnes and was announced. The detective was in his private room. Mr. Leroy Mitchell had been admitted but a few moments before. "Ask Mr. Remington in," said Mr. Barnes to his boy, and when that gentleman entered, before he could show surprise to find a third party present, the detective said, "Mr. Mitchell, this is the gentleman whom I wished you to meet. Permit me to introduce to you Mr. Mortimer J. Goldie, better known to the sporting fraternity as G. J. Mortimer, the champion short-distance bicycle rider who recently rode a mile in the phenomenal time of 1.56 on a quarter-mile track." As Mr. Barnes spoke, he gazed from one to the other of his companions with a half-quizzical and wholly pleased expression on his face. Mr. Mitchell appeared much interested, but the newcomer was evidently greatly astonished. He looked blankly at Mr. Barnes a moment, then dropped into a chair with the query, "How in the name of conscience did you find that out?" "That much was not very difficult," replied the detective. "I can tell you more. Indeed, I can supply your whole past history, provided your memory has been sufficiently restored for you to recognize my facts as true." Mr. Barnes looked at Mr. Mitchell and winked one eye in a most suggestive manner, at which that gentleman burst out into a hearty laughter, finally saying, "We may as well admit that we are beaten, Goldie. Mr. Barnes has been too much for us." "But I want to know how he has done it," persisted Mr. Goldie. "I have no doubt that Mr. Barnes will satisfy you. Indeed, I am as curious as you are to know by what means he has arrived at his quick solution of the problem which we set him." "I will enlighten you as to detective methods with pleasure," said Mr. Barnes. "Let me begin with the visit made to me by this gentleman 2 days ago. At the very outset, his statement aroused my suspicion, although I did my best not to let him think so. He announced to me that he had lost his identity, and I promptly told him that his case was not uncommon. I said that, in order that we might feel sure I did not doubt his tale. But truly his case, if he were telling the truth, was absolutely unique. Men have lost recollection of their past, and even have forgotten their names, but I have never before heard of a man who had forgotten his name and at the same time knew that he had done so." "A capital point, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell. "You were certainly shrewd to suspect fraud so early." cannot say that I suspected fraud so soon, but the story was so unlikely that I could not believe it immediately. I therefore was what I might call analytically attentive during the rest of the interview. The next point worth noting, which came out, was that although he had forgotten himself, he had not forgotten New York, for he admitted having come to me without special guidance. "I remember that," interrupted Mr. Goldie, "and I think I even said to you at the time that it was significant. And I told you that at least it showed that you had been familiar with New York. This was better proven when you said that you would spend the day in Central Park, and when, after leaving here, you had no difficulty to find your way thither." "Do you mean to say that you had me followed? I made sure that no one was after me." "Well, yes, you were followed," said Mr. Barnes with a smile. "I had a spy after you, and I followed you as far as the park myself. But let me come to the other points in your interview and my deductions. You told me that you had registered as M.J.G. Remington. This helped me considerably, as you shall see presently. A few minutes later, you took out your watch, and in that little mirror over my desk, which I use occasionally when I turn my back upon a visitor, I noted that there was an inscription on the outside of the case. I turned and asked you something about the watch, when you hastily returned it to your pocket with the remark that it was an old family relic. Now, can you explain how you could have known that, supposing that you had forgotten who you were?" "Neatly caught, Goldie," laughed Mr. Mitchell. "You certainly made a mess of it there." "It was an asinine slip," said Mr. Goldie, laughing also. "Now then," continued Mr. Barnes, "you readily see that I had good reason for believing that you had not forgotten your name. On the contrary, I was positive that your name was a part of the inscription on the watch. What then could be your purpose in pretending otherwise? I did not discover that for some time. However, I decided to go ahead and find you out if I could. Next, I noted two things. Your coat opened once so that I saw, pinned to your vest, a bicycle badge, which I recognized as the emblem of the League of American Wheelmen." "Oh," cried Mr. Mitchell, "shame on you, Goldie, for a blunderer." "I had entirely forgotten the badge," said Mr. Goldie. "I also observed," the detective went on, "little indentations on the sole of your shoe, as you had your legs crossed, which satisfied me that you were a rider even before I observed the badge. Now then we come to the name and the significance thereof. Had you really lost your memory, the choosing of a name when you registered at the hotel would have been a haphazard matter of no importance to me. But as soon as I decided that you were imposing upon me, I knew that your choice of a name had been a deliberate act of the mind, one from which deductions could be drawn." "Ah, now we come to the interesting part," said Mr. Mitchell. "I love to follow a detective when he uses his brains. The name as registered, and I examined the registry myself to make sure, was odd. 3 initials are unusual. A man without memory, and therefore not quite sound mentally, would hardly have chosen so many. Then why had it been done in this instance? What more natural than that these initials represented the true name? In assuming an alias, it is the most common method to transpose the real name in some way. At least it was a working hypothesis. Then the last name might be very significant. Remington. The Remingtons make guns, sewing machines, typewriters, and bicycles. Now, this man was a bicycle rider, I was sure. If he chose his own initials as part of the alias, it was possible that he selected Remington because it was familiar to him. I even imagined that he might be an agent for Remington bicycles, and I had arrived at that point during our interview when I advised him not to buy anything until his identity was restored. But I was sure of my quarry when I stole a handkerchief from him at the park and found the initials M.J.G. upon the same." "Marked linen on your person!" exclaimed Mr. Mitchell. "Worse and worse. We'll never make a successful criminal of you, Goldie." "Perhaps not. I shan't cry over it." "I thought sure of my success by this time," continued Mr. Barnes, "yet at the very next step I was balked. I looked over a list of L.A.W. members and could not find a name to fit my initials, which shows, as you will see presently, that, as I may say, too many clues spoil the broth. Without the handkerchief, I could have done better. Next I secured a catalog of the Remingtons, which gave a list of their authorized agents, and again I failed. Returning to my office, I received information from my spy, sent in by messenger, which promised to open a way for me. He had followed you about, Mr. Goldie, and I must say you played your part very well, so far as avoiding acquaintances is concerned. But at last you went to a public telephone and called up someone. My man saw the importance of discovering to whom you had spoken, and bribed the telephone attendant to give him the information. All that he learned, however, was that you had spoken to the public station at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. My spy thought that this was inconsequent, but it proved to me at once that there was collusion, and that your man must have been at the other station by previous appointment. As that was at noon, a few minutes before the same hour on the following day, that is to say yesterday, I went to the Fifth Avenue Hotel telephone and secreted myself in the middle compartment, hoping to hear what your partner might say to you. I failed in this, as the boxes were too well made to permit sound to pass from one to the other. But imagine my gratification to see Mr. Mitchell himself go into the box. "And why?" asked Mr. Mitchell. "Well, as soon as I saw you, I comprehended the whole scheme. It was you who had concocted the little diversion to test my ability. Thus, at last, I understood the reason for the pretended loss of identity. With the knowledge that you were in it, I was more than ever determined to get at the facts. Knowing that you were out, I hastened to your house, hoping for a chat with little Miss Rose, as the most likely member of your family to get information from." "Oh, fie, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell, "to play upon the innocence of childhood. I am ashamed of you." "All's fair, etc. Well, I succeeded. I found Mr. Goldie's bicycle in your hallway, and as I suspected, 'twas a Remington. I took the number and hurried down to the agency, where I readily discovered that wheel number 5086 is ridden by G.J. Mortimer, one of their regular racing team. I also learned that Mortimer's private name is Mortimer J. Goldie. I was much pleased at this, because it showed how good my reasoning had been about the alias, for you observe that the racing name is merely a transposition of the family name. The watch, of course, is a prize, and the inscription would have proved that you were imposing upon me, Mr. Goldie, had you permitted me to see it. Of course, that is why I put it back in my pocket." "I said just now," said Mr. Barnes, "that without the stolen handkerchief I would have done better. Having it, when I looked over the L.A.W. list, I went through the G's only. Without it, I should have looked through the G's, J's, and M's, not knowing how the letters may have been transposed. In that case, I should have found G.J. Mortimer, and the initials would have proved that I was on the right track." "You have done well, Mr. Barnes," said Mr. Mitchell. "I asked Goldie to play the part of a nameless man for a few days to have some fun with you, but you have had fun with us, it seems, though I am conceited enough to say that had it been possible for me to play the principal part, you would not have pierced my identity so soon." "Oh, I don't know," said Mr. Barnes. "We are both of us a little egotistical, I fear." "Undoubtedly. Still, if I ever set another trap for you, I will assign myself the chief role." "Nothing would please me better," said Mr. Barnes. "But, gentlemen, as you have lost in this little game, it seems to me that someone owes me a dinner at least." "I'll stand the expense with pleasure," said Mr. Mitchell. "Not at all," interrupted Mr. Goldie. "It was through my blundering that we lost, and I'll pay the piper." "Settle it between you," cried Mr. Barnes, "but let us walk on. I am getting hungry." Whereupon they adjourned to Delmonico's. End of The Nameless Man. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia.
The Clue of the Silver Spoons by Robert Barr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by S.G.A., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Clue of the Silver Spoons. When the card was brought in to me, I looked upon it with some misgiving, for I scented a commercial transaction. And although such cases are lucrative enough, nevertheless, I, Eugene Valmont, formerly high in the service of the French government, do not care to be connected with them. They usually pertain to sordid business affairs that present little that is of interest to a man who, in his time, has dealt with subtle questions of diplomacy upon which the welfare of nations sometimes turned. The name of Bentham Gibbs is familiar to everyone, connected as it is with the much-advertised pickles, whose glaring announcements in crude crimson and green strike the eye everywhere in England, and shock the artistic taste wherever seen. Me, I have never tasted them, and shall not, so long as a French restaurant remains open in London, and I doubt not they are as pronounced to the palate as their advertisement is distressing to the eye. If, then, this gross pickle manufacturer expected me to track down those who were infringing upon the recipes for making his so-called sauces, chutneys, and the like, he would find himself mistaken, for I was now in a position to pick and choose my cases, and a case of pickles did not allure me. "Beware of imitations," said the advertisement. "None genuine without the facsimile of the signature of Bentham Gibbs." Ah, well, not for me were either the pickles or the tracking of imitators. A forged check, yes, if you like, but the forged signature of Mr. Gibbs on a pickle bottle was not for me. Nevertheless, I said to Armand, "Show the gentleman in," and he did so. To my astonishment, there entered a young man, quite correctly dressed, in dark frock-coat, faultless waistcoat and trousers, that proclaimed the Bond Street tailor. When he spoke, his voice and language were those of a gentleman. "Monsieur Valmont?" he inquired. "At your service," I replied, bowing and waving my hand as Armand placed a chair for him and withdrew. "I am a barrister with the chambers in the Temple," began Mr. Gibbs, "and for some days a matter has been troubling me, about which I have now come to seek your advice, your name having been suggested by a friend in whom I confided." "Am I acquainted with him?" I asked. "I think not," replied Mr. Gibbs. "He is also a barrister with the chambers, in the same building as my own. Lionel Dacre is his name." "I never heard of him." "Very likely not. Nevertheless, he recommended you as a man who could keep his own counsel, and if you take up this case, I desire the utmost secrecy preserved, whatever may be the outcome." I bowed, but made no protestation. Secrecy is a matter of course with me. The Englishman paused for a few moments, as we expected fervent assurances. Then he went on with no trace of disappointment on his countenance at not receiving them. "On the night of the 23rd, I gave a little dinner to 6 friends of mine in my own rooms. I may say that, so far as I am aware, they are all gentlemen of unimpeachable character. On the night of the dinner I was detained later than I expected at a reception, and in driving to the Temple was still further delayed by a block of traffic in the Piccadilly, so that when I arrived at my chambers there was barely time for me to dress and receive my guests. My man Johnson had everything laid out ready for me in my dressing-room, and as I passed through it, I hurriedly flung off the coat I was wearing and carelessly left it over the back of a chair in the dining-room, where neither Johnson nor myself noticed it until my attention was called to it after the dinner was over and everyone was rather jolly with wine. This coat had an inside pocket. Usually any frock coat I wear at an afternoon reception has not an inside pocket, but I had been rather on the rush all day. My father is a manufacturer, whose name may be familiar to you, and I am on the director's board of his company. On this occasion I had to take a cab from the city to the reception I spoke of, and had not time to go and change at my rooms. The reception was somewhat bohemian affair, extremely interesting, of course, but not too particular as to costume, so I went as I was. In this inside pocket rested a thin package, composed of 2 pieces of pasteboard, and between them 5 20-pound Bank of England notes, folded lengthways, and held in place between the pasteboards by an elastic rubber band. I had thrown the coat over the chair in such a way that the inside pockets was exposed, and the ends of the notes plainly recognizable. Over the coffee and cigars, one of my guests laughingly called my attention to what he termed my vulgar display of wealth, and Johnson, in some confusion at having neglected to put the coat away, now picked it up and took it to the reception room, where the wraps of my guests lay about promiscuously. He should, of course, have placed it in my wardrobe, but he said afterwards he thought it belonged to the guest who had spoken. You see, he was in my dressing-room when I threw my coat on the chair, in making my way thither, and of course he had not noticed the coat in the hurry of arriving guests. Otherwise he would have put it where it belonged. After everybody had gone, Johnson came to me and said the coat was there, but the package was missing, nor has any trace of it been found since that night. The dinner was fetched in from outside, I suppose? Yes. How many waiters served it? 2. They are men who have often been in my employ on similar occasions, but apart from that, they had left my chambers before the incident of the coat happened. Neither of them went into the reception room, I take it? No. I'm certain that not even suspicion can attach to either of the waiters. Your man Johnson has been with me for years. He could have easily stolen much more than £100 if he had wished to do so, but I've never known him to take a penny that did not belong to him. Will you favor me with the names of your guests, Mr. Gibbs? Viscount Stern sat at my right hand, and at my left Lord Templemore, Sir John St. Clair next to him, and Angus McKellar next to St. Clair. After Viscount Stern was Lionel Dacre, and at his right Vincent Ennis. On a sheet of paper I had written the names of the guests, and noted their places at the table. Which guest drew your attention to the money? Lionel Dacre. Is there a window looking out from the reception room? 2 of them. Were they fastened on the night of the dinner party? I could not be sure. Johnson would know very likely. You are hinting at the possibility of a thief coming in through a reception room window, while we were somewhat noisy over our wine. I think such a solution highly improbable. My rooms are on the 3rd floor, and a thief would scarcely venture to make an entrance when he could not know but there was a company being entertained. Besides this, the coat was there but an hour or so, and it seems to me whoever stole those notes knew where they were. That sounds reasonable, I had to admit. Have you spoken to anyone about your loss? To no one but Dacre, who recommended me to see you. Oh, yes, and to Johnson, of course. I could not help noting that this was the 4th or 5th time Dacre's name had come up during our conversation. Why to Dacre? I asked. Oh, well, you see, he occupies the chambers in the same building, on the ground floor. He's a very good fellow, and we are by way of being firm friends. Then it was he who had called your attention to the money, so I thought he should know the sequel. How did you take your news? Now that you call attention to the fact, he seemed slightly troubled. I should like to say, however, that you must not be misled by that. Lionel Dacre could no more steal than he could lie. Did he seem surprised when you mentioned the theft? Benjamin Gibbs paused a moment before replying, knitting his brows in thought. No, he said at last. And come to think of it, it almost appears as if he had been expecting my announcement. Doesn't that strike you as rather strange, Mr. Gibbs? Really, my mind is in such a whirl. I don't know what to think. But it's perfectly absurd to suspect Dacre. If you knew the man, you would understand what I mean. He comes from an excellent family, and he is... Oh, he's Lionel Dacre, and when you have said that, you have made any suspicion absurd. I suppose you had the rooms thoroughly searched? The packet didn't drop out and remain unnoticed in some corner? No. Johnson and myself examined every inch of the premises. Have you the numbers of the notes? Yes. I got them from the bank next morning. Payment was stopped, and so far, not one of the 5 has been presented. Of course, one or more may have been cashed at some shop, but none have been offered to any banks. A £20 note is not accepted without scrutiny, so the chances are that the thief may have some difficulty in disposing them. As I told you, I don't mind the loss of money at all. It's the uncertainty, the uneasiness caused by the incident which troubles me. You'll comprehend this when I say that if you are good enough to interest yourself in this case, I shall be disappointed if your fee does not exceed the amount I have lost. Mr. Gibbs rose as he said this, and I accompanied him to the door, assuring him that I should do my best to solve the mystery. Whether he sprang from pickles or not, I realized he was a polished and generous gentleman who estimated the services of a professional expert like myself at their true value. I shall not give details of my researches during the following few days, because the trend of them must be gone over in a remarkable interview I had somewhat later, and there is little use in repeating myself. Suffice it to say, then, that an examination of the rooms and a close cross-questioning of Johnson satisfied me that he and the other 2 waiters were innocent. I was also convinced that no thief made his way through the window, and I came to the conclusion that the notes were stolen by one of the guests. Further investigation convinced me that the thief was no other than Lionel Dacre, the only one of the 6 in pressing need of money at that time. I had Dacre shadowed, and during one of his absences made the acquaintances of his man Hopper, a surly, impolite brute who accepted my golden sovereign quickly enough, but gave me little in exchange for it. But while I conversed with him, there arrived in the passage, where we were talking together, a large case of champagne, bearing one of the best-known names in the trade, and branded as being of the vintage of '78. Now, I know that the product of Camelot Frères is not bought as cheaply as British beer, and I also had learned that the 2 short weeks before, Lionel Dacre was at his wits' end for money. Yet, he was still the same briefless barrister he had ever been. On the morning after my unsatisfactory conversation with his man Hopper, I was astonished to receive the following note, written on a dainty correspondence card. 3 and 4 Vellum Buildings, Inner Temple, E.C. Mr. Lionel Dacre presents his compliments to Monsieur Eugene Valmont, and would be obliged if Monsieur Valmont could make it convenient to call upon him in his chambers tomorrow morning at 11. Had the man become aware that he was being shadowed, or did the surly servant inform him of the inquiries made? I was soon to know. I called punctually at 11 next morning, and was received with charming urbanity by Mr. Dacre himself. The taciturn Hopper had evidently been sent away for the occasion. "My dear Monsieur Valmont, I am delighted to meet you," said the young man with more effusiveness than I had ever noticed an Englishman before, although his very next words supplied an explanation that did not occur to me until afterwards as somewhat far-fetched. "I believe we are by way of being countrymen, and therefore, although the hour is early, I suppose you will allow me to offer you some of that bottled sunshine of the year '78, from La Belle of France, to whose prosperity and honor we shall drink together. For such a toast at any hour is propitious." And to my amazement he brought forth from the case I had seen arrive 2 days before a bottle of that superb vintage. "Now," said I to myself, It is going to be difficult to keep a clear head if the aroma of that nectar rises to the brain. But tempting as is the cup, I shall drink sparingly, and hope he may not be so judicious. Sensitive, I already experienced the charm of his personality, and well understood the friendship Mr. Bentham Gibbs felt for him. But I saw the trap spread before me. He expected, under the influence of champagne and courtesy, to extract a promise from me which I find myself unable to give. Sir, you interest me by claiming kinship with France. I understood that you belonged to one of the oldest families of England. Ah, England, he cried with an expressive gesture of outspreading hands truly Parisian in its significance. The trunk belongs to England, of course, but the root, the root, Monsieur Valmont, penetrated the soil from which this wine of gods has been drawn. Then, filling my glass and his own, he cried, "To France, which my family left in the year 1066. I could not help laughing at his fervent ejaculation. 1066? Ah, that's a long time ago, Mr. Dacre. In years, perhaps. In feelings, but a day. My forefathers came over to steal, and Lord, how well they accomplished it. They stole the whole country, something like a theft, say I, under that prince of robbers well named the Conqueror. In our secret hearts we all admire a great thief, and if not a great one, then an expert one, who covers his tracks so perfectly that the hounds of justice are baffled in attempting to follow them. Now, even you, Monsieur Valmont, I can see you are a most generous of men, with a lively sympathy found to perfection only in France. Even you must suffer a pang of regret when you lay a thief by the heels who has done his task deftly. I fear, Mr. Dacre, you credit me with a magnanimity to which I dare not lay claim. The criminal is a danger to society. True, you are in the right, Monsieur Valmont. Still, admit there are cases that would touch you tenderly. For example, a man, ordinarily honest, a great deed, a sudden opportunity. He takes that of which another has abundance, and he nothing. What then, Monsieur Valmont? Is the man to be sent to perdition for a momentary weakness? His words astonished me. Was I on the verge of hearing a confession? It almost amounted to that already. Mr. Dacre, I said, I cannot enter into the subtleties you pursue. My duty is to find the criminal. You are in the right, Monsieur Valmont, and I am enchanted to find so sensible a head on French shoulders. Although you are a more recent arrival, if I may say so, than myself, you nevertheless already give utterances to the sentiments which do honour to England. It is your duty to hunt down the criminal. Very well. In that, I think I can aid you. So I have taken the liberty of requesting your attendance here this morning. Let me fill your glass again, Mr. Valmont. No more, I beg you, Mr. Dacre. What? Do you think the receiver is as bad as the thief? I was so taken aback at his remark that I suppose my face showed the amazement within me. But the young man merely laughed with the apparent free-hearted enjoyment, poured some more wine in his own glass, and tossed it off. Not knowing what to say, I changed the trend of conversation. Mr. Gibbs said that you have been kind enough to recommend me to his attention. May I ask how you came to hear of me? Ah, who has not heard of the renowned Monsieur Valmont? And as he said this, for the first time, there began to grow a suspicion in my mind that he was chaffing me, as it is called in England, a procedure which I cannot endure. Indeed, if this young man practiced it in my own country, he would find himself with a duel on his hands before he had gone far. However, the next instant his voice resumed its original fascination, and I listened to it as to some delicious melody. I have only to mention my cousin, Lady Gladys Dacre, and you will at once understand why I recommended you to my friend. The case of Lady Gladys, you will remember, required a delicate touch, which is not always to be had in this land of England, except when those who possess the gift do us the honor to sojourn with us. I noticed that my glass was filled again, and as I bowed my acknowledgments to his compliment, I indulged in another sip of the delicious wine, and then I sighed, for I began to realize it was going to be difficult for me, in spite of my disclaimer, to tell this man's friend he had stolen the money. All this time he had been sitting on the edge of the table, while I occupied a chair at its end. He sat there in a careless fashion, swinging a foot to and fro. Now he sprang to the floor and drew up a chair, placing on the table a blank sheet of paper. Then he took from the mantelshelf a packet of letters, and I was astonished to see they were held together by 2 bits of cardboard and a rubber band similar to the combination that had held the folded banknotes. With great nonchalance he slipped off the rubber band, threw it and the pieces of cardboard on the table before me, leaving the documents loose to his hand. "Now, Monsieur Valmont," he cried jauntily, "you have been occupied for several days on this case, the case of my dear friend Bentham Gibbs, who is one of the best fellows in the world. He said the same of you, Mr. Dacre. I am gratified to hear it. Would you mind letting me know to what point your researches have led you?" "They have led me to a direction rather than to a point." "Ah, in the direction of a man, of course." "Certainly." "Who is he?" "Will you pardon me if I decline to answer you at the present moment?" "That means you are not sure." "It may mean, Mr. Dacre, that I am employed by Mr. Gibbs, and do not feel at the liberty to disclose to another the results of my quest without his permission. But Mr. Bentham Gibbs and I are entirely at one on this matter. Perhaps you are aware that I am the only person with whom he has discussed the case besides yourself." "That is undoubtedly true, Mr. Dacre. Still, you see the difficulty of my position." "Yes, I do, and so shall not press you further. But I have also been interesting myself in a purely amateurish way, of course. You would perhaps have no disinclination to learn whether my deductions agree with yours?" "Not in the least. I should be very glad to know the conclusion at which you have arrived. May I ask if you suspect anyone in particular?" "Yes, I do." "Will you name him?" "No. I shall copy the admirable reticence you yourself have shown. And now let us attack this mystery in a sane and business-like manner. You have already examined the room. Well, here is a rough sketch of it. There is the table. In this corner the chair on which the coat was flung. Here sat Gibbs at the head of the table. Those on the left-hand side had their backs to the chair. I, being in the center of the right, saw the chair, the coat, and the notes, and called attention to them. Now our first duty is to find a motive. If it were a murder, our motive might have been hatred, revenge, robbery, what you like. As it is simply the stealing of money, the man must have been either a born thief, or else some hitherto innocent person pressed to crime by great necessity. Do you agree with me, Monsieur Valmont?" "Perfectly." "You follow exactly the line of my own reasoning." "Very well. It is unlikely that a born thief was one of Mr. Gibbs' guests. Therefore we are reduced to look for a man under the spur of necessity, a man who has had no money of his own, but must raise a certain amount, let us say by a certain date, if you can find such a man in that company. Do you not agree with me that he is likely to be the thief? Yes, I do. Then let us start our process of elimination. Out goes Viscount Stern, a man with 20,000 acres of land, and nobody quite knows what income. I mark off the names of Lord Templemore, one of His Majesty's judges, entirely above suspicion. Next, Sir John St. Clair. He is also rich, but Vincent Ennis is still richer, so the pencil obliterates his name. Now we have Angus McKellar, an author of some note, as you are well aware, deriving a good income from his books, and a better one from his plays. A canny Scot, so we may rub his name off our paper and our memory. How do my erasures correspond with yours, Monsieur Valmont? They correspond exactly, Mr. Dacre. I'm flattered to hear it. There remains one name untouched, Mr. Lionel Dacre, the descendant, as we have said, of robbers. I have not said so, Mr. Dacre. Ah, my dear Valmont, the politeness of your country asserts itself. Let us not be deluded, but follow our inquiry wherever it leads. I suspect Lionel Dacre. What do you know of his circumstances before the dinner of the 23rd? As I made no reply, he looked upon me with his frank, boyish face illumined with a winning smile. You know nothing of his circumstances? He asked. It grieves me to state that I do. Mr. Lionel Dacre was penniless on the night of the dinner on the 23rd. Oh, don't exaggerate, Monsieur Valmont, cried Dacre, with a laugh. He had 1 sixpence, 2 pennies, and a halfpenny. How did you know he was penniless? I knew he ordered a case of champagne from the London representative of Camelot Ferrers, and was refused unless he paid the money down. Quite right. And then when you were talking to Harper, you saw the case of champagne delivered. Excellent, excellent, Monsieur Valmont. But will a man steal, think you, to supply himself with an even so delicious a wine as this we have been tasting? And by the way, forgive my neglect. Allow me to fill your glass, Monsieur Valmont. Not another drop, if you will excuse me, Mr. Dacre. Ah, yes. Champagne should not be mixed with evidence. When we have finished, perhaps. What further proof have you? I have proof that Mr. Dacre was threatened with bankruptcy if on the 24th he did not pay a bill of £78 that has long been outstanding. I have proof that this was paid, not on the 24th, but on the 26th. Mrs. Dacre had gone to the solicitor and assured him he would have given the money on that date, whereupon he was given 2 days' grace. Ah, well, he was entitled to 3, you know, in law. Yes, there, Mr. Valmont, you touch a fatal point. The threat of bankruptcy will drive a man in Dacre's position to almost any crime. Bankruptcy to a barrister spells ruin. It means a career blighted. It means a life ruined with little chance of resurrection. I see you grasp the supreme importance of that bit of evidence. The case of champagne is as nothing compared with it. And this reminds me that in crisis I shall take another sip, with your permission. Sure you won't join me? Not at this juncture, Mr. Dacre. I envy your moderation. Here's the success of our search, Monsieur Valmont. I felt sorry for the gay young fellow, as with smiling face he drank the champagne. Now, monsieur, he went on, I am amazed to learn how much you have found out. Really, I think tradespeople, solicitors, and all such should keep better guard on their tongues than they do. Nevertheless, these documents I have at my elbow, and which I expected would surprise you, are merely the letters and receipts. Here is a letter from the solicitor threatening me with bankruptcy. Here is his receipt dated the 26th. Here is the refusal of the wine merchant. and here is his receipt for that money. Here are the smaller bills liquidated. With my pencil, we will add them up. 78 pounds bulks large. We add the smaller items, and it totals 93 pounds, 7 shillings, and a 4 pence. Let us now examine my purse. Here's a £5 note. There's a minted sovereign. Here's a 12 and 6 pence in silver. Here's 2 pence in coppers. Now the purse is empty. Let us add this to the amount on paper. Do my eyes deceive me, or is the total exactly £100? There is the stolen money accounted for. Pardon me, Mr. Dacre, I said. There is still a sovereign on the mantelpiece. Dacre threw back his head and laughed with a great heartiness that I had yet known him to indulge in during our short acquaintance. By Jove, he cried, you got me there. I've forgotten completely about that pound on the mantelpiece, which belongs to you. To me? Possible. It does and cannot interfere in the least with a £100 calculation. That is the sovereign you gave to my man Harper, who, believing me hard-pressed, took it that I might have the enjoyment of it. Harper belongs to our family, or the family belongs to him. I'm not sure which. You must have missed him in the differential bearings of a manservant in Paris. Yet he is true gold, like the sovereign you bestowed upon him, and he bestowed upon me. Now here, monsieur, is the evidence of the theft, together with the rubber band and 2 pieces of cardboard. Ask my friend Gibbs to examine them minutely. They are all at your disposition, monsieur, and you will learn how much easier it is to deal with the master than with the servant when you wish information. All the gold you possess would not have wrung this incriminating document from the old Harper. I had to send him away today to the West End, fearing that in his brutal British way he might have assaulted you if he had an inkling of your mission. Mr. Dacre, said I slowly, you have thoroughly convinced me. I thought I would, he interrupted with a laugh, that you did not take the money. Oh, this is a change of wind, surely. Many a man has been hanged through a chain of circumstantial evidence much weaker than which I have exhibited to you. Do you see the subtlety of my action? 99 persons in 100 would say, no man could be such a fool to put Valmont on his track, and then place in Valmont's hands such striking evidence. But there comes in my craftiness. Of course, the rock you run up against will be Gibbs' incredulity. The first question he will ask you may be this: why not Dacre come and borrow the money from me? Now, there you have a certain weakness in your chain of evidence. I know perfectly well that Gibbs would lend me the money, and he knew perfectly well that if I were pressed to the wall, I should ask him. Mr. Dacre, said I, you have been playing with me. I should resent that with most men. But whether it is your own genial manner, or the effect of this excellent champagne, or both together, I forgive you. But I am convinced of another thing. You know who took the money. I don't know, but I suspect. Will you tell me whom you suspect? That would not be fair, but I shall now take the liberty of filling your glass with champagne. I am your guest, Mr. Dacre. Admirably answered, monsieur, he replied, pouring out the wine. And now I shall give you the clue. Find out all about the story of the silver spoons. The story of the silver spoons? What silver spoons? Ah, that is the point. You step out of the temple into Fleet Street, seize by the shoulders the first man you meet, and ask him to tell you about the silver spoons. There are but 2 men and 2 spoons concerned. When you learn who those 2 men are, you will know that one of them did not take the money, and I give you my assurance that the other did. You speak in mystery, Mr. Dacre. But certainly, for I am speaking to Monsieur Eugene Valmont. I echo your words, sir. Admirably answered. You put me on my mettle, and I flatter myself that I see your kindly drift. You wish to solve the mystery of the stolen money. Sir, you do me honour, and I drink to your health. To yours, monsieur, said Lionel Dacre. And here is a further piece of information which my friend Gibbs would never have given you. When he told me the money was gone, I cried in anguish, impending bankruptcy. I wished to goodness I had it. Whereupon he immediately compelled me to accept his cheque for £100, of which as I have shown you, alas, only £6, 12 and 8 pence remains. On leaving Mr. Dacre, I took a hansom to a cafe in Regent Street, which is a possible imitation of a similar places of refreshment in Paris. There, calling for a cup of black coffee, I sat down to think. The clue of the silver spoons. He had laughingly suggested that I should take by shoulders the first man I meet and ask him what the story of the silver spoons was. This course naturally struck me as absurd. Nevertheless, it contained a hint. I must ask somebody, that the right person, to tell me the tale of the silver spoons. Under the influence of the black coffee, I reasoned it out in this way. On the night of the 23rd, someone of the 6 guests there present stole £100. But Dacre had said that one of the actors in the silver spoon episode was the actual thief. That person, then, must have been one of Mr. Gibbs' guests at the dinner of the 23rd. Probably 2 of the guests were the participators in the silver spoon comedy. But be that as it may, follow that one at least of the men around Mr. Gibbs' table knew the episode of the silver spoons. Perhaps Bentham Gibbs himself was cognizant of it. It followed, therefore, that the easiest plan was to question each of the men who partook of that dinner. Yet, if only one knew about the spoons, that one must also have some idea that these spoons formed the clue which attached him to the crime of the 23rd, in which case he was little likely to divulge what he knew to an entire stranger. Of course, I might go to Dacre himself and demand the story of the silver spoons, but this would be a confession of failure on my part, and I rather dreaded Lionel Dacre's hearty laughter when I admitted that the mystery was too much for me. Besides this, I was very well aware of the young man's kindly intentions towards me. He wished me to unravel the coil myself, and so I determined not to go to him except as a last resource. I resolved to begin with Mr. Gibbs, and finishing my coffee, got again into a hansom and drove back to the Temple. I found Mr. Gibbs in his room, and after greeting me, his first inquiry was about the case. "How are you getting on?" he asked. "I think I'm getting on fairly well," I replied, "and expect to finish in a day or 2, if you will kindly tell me the story of the silver spoons." "The silver spoons?" he echoed, quite evidently not understanding me. There happened an incident in which 2 men were engaged, and this incident related to a pair of silver spoons. I want to get the particulars of that. "I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about," replied Gibbs, thoroughly bewildered. "You will have to be more definite, I fear, if you are to get any help from me." "I cannot be more definite, because I have already told you all I know." "What bearing has all this on our case?" "I was informed that if I got hold of the clue of the silver spoons, I should be in a fair way of setting our case." "Who told you that?" "Mr. Lionel Dacre." "Oh, does Dacre refer to his own conjuring?"
I don't know, I'm sure. What was his conjuring? A very clever trick he did one night at dinner here, about 2 months ago. Had it anything to do with silver spoons? Well, it was silver spoons or silver forks or something of that kind. I had entirely forgotten the incident. So far as I recollect at the moment, there was a sleight-of-hand man of great expertness in one of the music halls, and the talk turned upon him. Then Dacre said that the tricks he did were easy, and holding up a spoon or a fork, I don't remember which, he asserted his ability to make it disappear before our eyes, to be found afterwards in the clothing of someone there present. Several offered to make him a bet that he could do nothing of that kind, but he said he would bet with no one but Innes, who sat opposite him. Innes with some reluctance accepted the bet, and then Dacre, with a great show of the usual conjurer's gesticulations, spread forth his empty hands, and said we should find the spoon in Innes's pocket. And there, sure enough, it was. It was a clever trick, but we were never able to get him to repeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. Gibbs. I think I see daylight now. If you do, you're cleverer than I, by a long chalk, cried Bentham Gibbs, as I took my departure. I went directly downstairs, and knocked at Mr. Dacre's door once more. He opened the door himself, and his man had not yet having returned. "Ah, monsieur," he cried, "back already? You don't mean to tell me you have so soon got to the bottom of the silver spoon entanglement?" "I think I have, Mr. Dacre. You were sitting at a dinner opposite Mr. Vincent Innes. You saw him conceal a silver spoon in his pocket. You probably waited for some time to understand what he meant by this. As he did not return the spoon to its place, you proposed a conjuring trick, made the bet with him, and thus the spoon was returned to the table." "Excellent, excellent, monsieur. That was very nearly what occurred, except that I acted at once. I had experiences with Mr. Vincent Innes before. Never did he come to these rooms without my missing some trinket after he was gone. I'm not a man of many possessions, while Mr. Innes is a very rich person, and so, if anything is taken, I have little difficulty in coming to a knowledge of my loss. Of course, I never mentioned these disappearances to him. They were all trivial, as I have said, and so far as the silver spoon was concerned, it was of no great value either. But I thought the bet and the recovery of the spoon would teach him a lesson, which apparently had not done so. On the night of the 23rd, he sat at my right hand, as you will see by consulting a diagram of the table and the guests. I asked him a question twice, to which he did not reply, and looking at him, I was startled by the expression in his eyes. They were fixed on a distant corner of the room, and following his gaze, I saw that he was looking at with such hypnotizing concentration. So absorbed was he in contemplation of the packet there, so plainly exposed, that he seemed entirely oblivious to what was going around him. I roused him from his trance by jocularly calling Gibbs' attention to the display of money. I expected in this way to save Innes from committing the act, which he seemingly did commit. Imagine then the dilemma in which I was placed when Mr. Gibbs confided to me the morning after what had occurred the night before. I was positive that Innes had taken the money, yet I possessed no proof of it. I could not tell Gibbs, and I dare not speak to Innes. Of course, monsieur, you do not need to be told that Innes is not a thief in the ordinary sense of the word. He has no need to steal, and yet apparently cannot help himself doing so. I am sure that no attempt has been made to pass those notes. They are doubtless in his home at Kensington at this present moment. He is, in fact, a kleptomaniac, or a maniac of some sort. And now, Monsieur Valmont, was my hint regarding the silver spoons of any value to you? of the most infinite value, Mr. Dacre. And let me make another suggestion. I leave it entirely to your bravery, a bravery which I confess I do not myself possess. Will you take a hansom, drive to Mr. Innes's house in the Cromwell Road, confront him quietly, and ask him for the return of the packet? I'm anxious to know what will happen. If he hands it to you, as I expect he will, then you must tell Mr. Gibbs the whole story. Mr. Dacre, your suggestion shall be immediately acted upon, and I thank you for your compliment to my courage. I found that Mr. Innes inhabited a very grand house. After a time, he entered the study on the ground floor, to which I had been conducted. He held my card in his hand, and was looking at it with some surprise. "I think I have not the pleasure of knowing you, Mr. Valmont," he said, courteously enough. "No, I have called on a matter of business. I was once investigator for the French government, and now I am doing private detective work here in London." "Ah, and how is that supposed to interest me? I have nothing that I wish investigated. I did not send for you, did I?" "No, Mr. Innes. I merely took the liberty of calling to ask you to let me have the package you took out of Mr. Bentham Gibbs' frock coat pocket on the night of the 23rd. "He wishes it returned, does he?" "Yes." Mr. Innes calmly went to a desk, which he unlocked and opened, displaying a veritable museum of trinkets of one sort and another. Pulling out a small drawer, he took from it the packet containing 5 20-pound notes. Apparently, it had never been undone. With a smile, he handed it to me. "You will make my apologies, Mr. Gibbs, for not returning it before. Tell him I have been unusually busy of late." "I shall not fail to do so," said I with a bow. "Thank you so much. Good morning, Monsieur Valmont." "Good morning, Mr. Innes." And so I returned the packet to Mr. Bentham Gibbs, who pulled the notes from between their pasteboard protection and begged me to accept them. The End of The Clue of Silver Spoons by Robert Barr. The Tin Box by Herbert Keane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by S.G.A., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Tin Box. "If I were you, Perkins," said Mr. Booth one evening in the smoking room, "I should take care what I was about with that little widow." "You mean Mrs. Williams?" I inquired. "Oh, is that her name?" remarked my friend, carelessly, refilling his pipe with deliberation. "Why, you know it is," I returned rather sharply. "I have a bad memory for names," said Mr. Booth, with a slight shrug. "You seem to be getting quite intimate." "I am decently civil to her," I replied significantly. "And I have avoided her?" "Yes, that's quite true," said Mr. Booth, smiling. "Perhaps I instinctively share Mr. Weller Senior's antipathy to widows. Anyhow, I don't like the face of this one." I was astonished and rather disturbed at this. I had great confidence in my friend's judgment, But when I recall to mind the refined and delicate features, the soft, trustful brown eyes, the gentle voice, and the timid shrinking manner of the unfortunate lady he referred to, I was filled with indignation at his cynical attitude. Mrs. Williams had resided at Elvira House for about a week or 10 days with her only child, a pretty little girl of 5 years old, and owing to the accident of being placed next to her at the dinner table, I had struck up an acquaintance with her. But she was neither remarkably good-looking nor particularly young, and my predilection was rather due to sympathy and good nature than to admiration for her personal charms. Besides, she was apparently the last person to court attention, for her whole thoughts seemed centered upon her child, whom she evidently adored. "I fancy she manoeuvred a little to get put next to you at the table," said Mr. Booth, watching me quietly. "You wouldn't say that if you knew her better," I retorted hotly. "You think it was an accident?" "Well, perhaps," said my companion, in his enigmatical way. "I'm sure of it," I said emphatically. "Mrs. Nix arranged it." "All right, old fellow. It is no concern of mine," said Mr. Booth good-humouredly. "Only I shouldn't lend her any more money, if I were you." "How do you know I have done so?" I inquired, reddening. "You asked me to change your cheque the other day. It is a mere guess, but putting two and two together—" "You happen to be right for once," I interrupted, with some vexation. "I lent her £10 till her dividends fall due on Tuesday next. I suppose you're going to suggest that the money is lost?" "It depends upon her circumstances," he replied, nodding his head. "Well, do you know anything about her?" "Come, Booth, out with it," I exclaimed irritably. "I? How should I?" said he, raising his eyebrows. "I have never seen her before in my life." "She is the widow of Mr. John Williams, who died about 2 years ago. He lived at Gateshead, and was a wholesale tobacconist. He left everything to her by his will," I explained, to show that I was not wholly ignorant of the lady's affairs. "How do you know?" inquired Mr. Booth. "She showed me a probate," I replied. "I didn't ask her, but when she requested me to accommodate her with that trifle of a money, she volunteered to explain how she was situated." "I see," observed Mr. Booth, apparently impressed. "Unfortunately, the poor lady was left very badly off," I went on, mollified by the change in my friend's manner, which was now more sympathetic. "And that is what now brings her up to town. She has a fixed belief that her husband, who seems to have been somewhat eccentric in his later days, deposited some money or securities at some bank in London or elsewhere." "Has she any clue?" enquired Mr. Booth, manifestly interested. "Not that I know of. She is very reticent," I replied. "She hasn't asked for your assistance, then?" said my friend. "No. Of course I should be pleased to help if I could," I said, with a touch of defiance in my tone. Mr. Booth did not gainsay me this time. Either he was tired of the subject, or else he perceived that I rather resented his interference. At all events, he relapsed into one of his silent moods, in which he was wont to indulge, and sat puffing at his pipe, with his eyes fixed on the fire for the remainder of the evening, without joining in general conversation, which presently ensued as other guests strolled in. I was annoyed with him, because I thought his opinion of poor little Mrs. Williams was unreasonably prejudiced and very unjust. Nevertheless, his warning was not quite thrown away upon me, for I determined to observe her with closer attention. The only result of this, however, was to convince me more firmly than ever of her absolute good faith, though I confess that I began to realize that her refinement of speech and manner was partly assumed. In unguarded moments, she occasionally dropped an aspirate, and when she grew a little excited in speaking of her efforts to trace her husband's missing estate, she sometimes made use of expressions which were suggestive of a humble origin. But these slight solecisms were hardly perceptible, and of course a defective education is at most a misfortune. For the rest, she continued to interest me greatly, and when, punctually on the appointed day, she repaid me the £10 with many fervent expressions of gratitude, I could not forbear exulting over my friend. "That is all right," he said laughingly on hearing the news, but looked a little shamefaced, as I thought. "You needn't tell her I gave you a friendly warning." "Of course not," I replied indignantly. "Any news about her husband's property?" he asked carelessly. "None. She has looked up all his London friends and done everything she can," I answered. "Why doesn't she advertise in the newspapers?" "She did so more than a year ago in the Times and other journals." "Have you anything to suggest?" I inquired anxiously. "No. Don't, for goodness sake, my dear fellow, ask me to mix myself up in the ladies' affairs," he said, with more temper than he usually displayed. "I would rather you didn't even tell her you have consulted me about them." I promised this more readily because I suddenly remembered having once suggested to Mrs. Williams that she should ask the advice of a friend of mine, having Mr. Booth in my mind, in her difficulty, and had been met by a decided and emphatic refusal. The incident had made no impression on me at the time, but the idea now occurred to me that perhaps Mrs. Williams had guessed whom I referred to, and had been moved by resentment at the marked coldness which Mr. Booth always displayed towards her. I had assured him quite truthfully that Mrs. Williams had never asked me to assist her in her search, nor had I foreseen that she would do so. But a few mornings afterwards, the youth who did the valeting of the male portion of the establishment entered my room while I was shaving with an urgent message from the lady that she was waiting for me in the drawing-room, and would be obliged if I would descend there as soon as possible. I found the little widow looking very pale and excited, with an open letter in her hand which had arrived by the early post. Directly I appeared, she flourished triumphantly a slip of blue paper, exclaiming eagerly, "See, Mr. Perkins, what I have received this morning! My sister, who is taking charge of my house at Gateshead, found it between the leaves of a book, Boswell's Life of Johnson, which she took out quite by chance from the bookcase in the dining-room. My poor husband was devoted to that work, and was constantly reading it during his illness. I am not much of a reader myself, and if it hadn't been for my sister, the paper might have remained undiscovered for years." While Mrs. Williams was thus breathlessly explaining, I glanced at the document, which was a form of receipt or acknowledgment from Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company, bankers, of Fleet Street, for a tin box deposited with them by her husband for safe custody on a specified date. "I congratulate you," I replied, thinking how attractive she looked in her excitement. "It is indeed a fortunate discovery." "I knew it! I was sure he had done something of the kind," exclaimed Mrs. Williams joyfully. "But he was very secretive about his affairs lately. It became quite a mania with him. I shouldn't be surprised to find the box contains property of great value." "The receipt, I see, is dated about 6 months before your husband died," I observed. "Yes. We were up in town then, staying in lodgings in Edward Square, Kensington," replied Mrs. Williams reflectively. "I brought him to see a physician, though nobody suspected at the time the serious nature of his symptoms. He used frequently to go out alone, and I suppose he got the box from his brokers or from some lawyer. Anyhow, he deposited it with Drake, Crump and Company." "There is no doubt about that," I remarked, feeling quite carried away by the widow's satisfaction. "I suppose you will call upon them and claim it at once?" "Yes, unless—" "I really feel quite ashamed to ask such a favor of you, Mr. Perkins, but I was going to say, unless you would mind calling upon them in the first instance. The fact is, my little girl is not very well today, and besides, this delightful surprise has rather upset me. My head aches dreadfully," said Mrs. Williams, putting her white hand to her brow, but smiling bravely. "Oh, I shall be very pleased," I answered readily. "You had better give me the probate of your husband's will. The banker will probably want to see that." "Certainly. I'll go and fetch it." "I'm so very obliged to you, Mr. Perkins," said the widow, grasping my hand as she left the room. Our interview thus terminated. Mrs. Williams brought down the official parchment, and armed with this, I hastened after breakfast to call upon Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company, feeling quite interested and excited about the affair. I did not have an opportunity of telling Mr. Booth of my errand. He was late for breakfast. I remember that I was impatient to be off, so as to look in at the bank on my way to business. I merely mention this because, as will appear later, he afterwards blamed me for not having confided in him at this juncture. The banking establishment of Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company was a small private concern which has long since been absorbed by one of those big joint stock undertakings. In those days, its affairs were conducted in a dingy old house with barred windows about halfway down Fleet Street, in a leisurely, sleepy kind of way. The cashier's office was in the front room, the staff consisting of 3 or 4 elderly clerks, and on presenting my card, I was ushered into a gloomy little apartment at the back, where sat a quaint white-headed old gentleman in knee breeches, who was evidently one of the partners. "Dear me, this is very strange," he exclaimed, when I had explained my business. "Mr. Williams is dead, is he? Well, well, we were wondering. We haven't heard anything about him for a long time." "He has been dead for more than 2 years," I replied. "2 years, eh? Let me see," he observed, as he rang a handbell upon the table. "Mr. Jameson," he added, as a clerk appeared, "when did we last hear from John Williams?" "He has not drawn on his account for upwards of 2 years. His passbook is here," answered the clerk. "Oh, then he had a current account as well?" I exclaimed. "A small one, yes," replied the old gentleman. "What is the balance, Mr. Jameson?" "About £130, said the clerk. "You see, the passbook being here, and the receipt for the box mislaid, his widow had no clue," I explained eagerly. Quite so, quite so. And this is the probate of his will, eh? Said the old gentleman, taking it up and holding it close to his nose. I wonder you didn't see the advertisements in the papers, I remarked. His widow knew he had property somewhere, and she advertised. Extraordinary that should have escaped us. We always keep a lookout, said the old gentleman, glancing through the probate. When did the advertisements appear? I cannot tell you the date. Mrs. Williams will, I answered. And you are a friend of the widow's? Inquired the old gentleman, looking at me pretty keenly over his spectacles. Yes. The probate seems all right. She is the sole executrix, I see. Of course, if she wants to withdraw the money and take away the box, she must attend in person. You can identify her, I suppose, and verify her signature? Certainly. You are Mr. John Perkins of the Monarchy Insurance Office? He said, scrutinizing my card. Who is your present manager? Mr. Middleton. To be sure, I have the pleasure of knowing him. Making my compliments, said the old man quaintly. I will. I suppose Mrs. Williams can draw on the account and have access to the box when she chooses, I inquired. I see the testator was described in his will as of Gateshead, said the old gentleman doubtfully. That isn't the address in our books. He lived there, and his widow lives there still, I replied. Mrs. Williams tells me, at the date of that deposit receipt, they were residing in lodgings in Edward Square, Kensington. Quite right. That is the address we gave. Well, sir, he added, replying to my former question, as everything seems satisfactory, if you will leave the probate for registration, and call here with the lady any time after 12 o'clock tomorrow, the box can be given up. Good morning. I was very pleased, for Mrs. Williams' sake, to find that everything was straightforward, and the fact of there being a substantial sum of money to the dead man's credit, which the widow evidently knew nothing about, would, I thought, be some compensation in case the contents of the box should turn out to be less valuable than she anticipated. Later in the day, my chief, Mr. Middleton, surprised me by coming up to my desk at the office and saying, Mr. Perkins, I have just answered an enquiry about you. An enquiry? I exclaimed, rather startled. Yes, from Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company of Fleet Street. Have you some private business with them? He asked curiously. Not of my own, sir. A lady in whose affairs I am interested. All right, Mr. Perkins. I don't wish to inquire details, he said, smiling at my embarrassment. I was of course pleased to vouch for your respectability and integrity. Thank you, sir, I replied, secretly annoyed at the banker's inquisitiveness.
I now perceived that I had been more service to Mrs. Williams than I had anticipated, having unconsciously acted as a sort of reference for her, and thereby saved her, perhaps, some little trouble with regard to identification. This gave an additional zest to the pleasure of being able to make such a satisfactory report to her on my return, and I am bound to say that the widow was duly grateful. She overwhelmed me with expressions of thanks, and was really disposed to exaggerate my small civility. I wrote a letter at her request to Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company, fixing an appointment with them for 2 o'clock on the following afternoon, and appending a specimen of Mrs. Williams' signature, and of course I rapidly agreed to accompany her. When I told Mr. Booth all this, he manifested considerable irritation, which, in my surprise, I was foolish enough to attribute to a sort of jealousy, since I could imagine no other possible cause for his ill humour.
"What the deuce do you want go meddling with this woman's affairs for, Perkins?" he said sharply. "What harm have I done?" I exclaimed. "Harm? That remains to be seen," he growled, puffing angrily at his pipe. "I cannot understand your prejudice against this poor lady," I said, getting angry in my turn. "I take no interest in her whatever," said Mr. Booth. "That's no reason why I shouldn't," I retorted. "Oh, go your own way, only remember that I warned you," said Mr. Booth, dismissing the subject with an impatient shrug. We might almost have quarrelled, but I was really more amused than angry that my friend soon recovered his temper. Nothing more was said between us about Mrs. Williams, and I attached so little importance to Mr. Booth's vague warnings that it never even occurred to me to cancel the appointment I had made. Accordingly, the next day, at 2 o'clock, I was waiting for the widow at the door of Messrs. Drake, Crump and Company's bank, as arranged, and being rather pressed to get back to my office, I began to grow impatient as she did not appear. 10, 20, 40 minutes passed without any sign of her, and I was on the point of leaving, thinking the lady had made some mistake, when I suddenly espied her on the opposite side of the way, coming up the street from the direction of St. Paul's. She looked pale and fatigued, and as I hastened to her assistance, I saw her glance nervously over her shoulder at a slouching, white-bearded, ragged old beggar-man who appeared to be following her. "What is the matter? Has anything happened?" I inquired. "Oh, no, I lost my way, that's all," said Mrs. Williams with a nervous laugh. "Has that fellow been annoying you?" I asked, lowering my voice as the old beggar slunk by hurriedly. "That man?" exclaimed Mrs. Williams, glancing after him. "Oh, no, I hadn't noticed him." I gave her my arm and escorted her across the crowded road into the bank. In the parlour at the back, we found old Mr. Crump awaiting us, and on a side table was a good-sized tin box with Mrs. Williams' name inscribed upon it on a paper label. "There it is!" exclaimed the widow, as her eyes sparkled. "I remember it now. I always wondered what became of it." "Have you the key, madam?" inquired Mr. Crump, after greeting us with the old-fashioned courtesy and bowing very low to my companion. "I think so. At least I have 1 or 2 keys here, which I haven't been able to account for," said Mrs. Williams, producing her purse eagerly. She selected one of the keys, and crossing over to the box, succeeded in opening it immediately. I only had a glimpse of the contents before Mrs. Williams shut down the lid and relocked it, and as they were done up in brown paper parcels or packages, I could form no idea of their nature or value. "I have prepared a cheque so that you can draw out the money if you wish," said Mr. Crump. "Thank you," replied Mrs. Williams, seating herself at his desk and affixing her signature to the draft. "Will you take it in cash?" asked Mr. Crump. "Yes, please, in notes and £20 in gold," said the widow, with a business-like promptitude, as she drew on her glove again. Mr. Crump summoned a cashier, to whom he handed the draft, with the necessary directions, to which I added a request that the porter may be permitted to call a cab. During the absence of the clerk, Mr. Crump observed, in course of the conversation which naturally turned on the late Mr. Williams' eccentric conduct with regard to his property, "By the way, I have looked through the files of the Times for the advertisement, but I couldn't find it." "What advertisement?" inquired Mrs. Williams. I understood from Mr. Perkins that you had advertised in the papers for information about your husband's missing estate, said Mr. Crump, looking at me. Oh, yes, so I did, answered the widow, colouring slightly. What was the date? Asked Mr. Crump. Really, I cannot at the moment recollect. I can send you a copy of it when I get back, if it is of any moment, said Mrs. Williams, rather sharply. It is of no consequence, of course, replied the old gentleman, evidently perturbed at seeing that the lady showed signs of resentment. I merely asked out of curiosity. Mrs. Williams appeared, from her manner, to resent Mr. Crump's inquiry as insinuating some doubt upon the accuracy of her statement. But, fortunately, the return of the cashier with her money caused a welcome diversion. While she was stowing away the notes and gold in her purse, the cashier looked at me and said, There is a cab at the door, sir. Shall I ask the porter to carry the box down? I think I can manage it. It is not heavy, I replied, as I prepared to lift it.
I had been thinking, Mr. Perkins, said Mrs. Williams reflectively, while putting her purse away, that perhaps it would be wiser to leave the box here for a day or two, till I return to Gateshead, that is, she added, turning to the old gentleman with her pleasantest smile. If Mr. Crump will kindly allow me.
You are welcome to leave it, madam, at your own risk, of course, replied Mr. Crump, a little stiffly. You see, I have nowhere to keep it while I am in town,
The lady explained.
It would be safer here. It's a little irregular, as you are no longer a customer, said Mr. Crump. But still... Oh, but if I find I can afford it, I shall probably come to live in London, and in that case I should certainly keep my account here, interrupted Mrs. Williams graciously. In any case, I am very pleased to oblige you, madam, said the old gentleman more politely. Though surprised that Mrs. Williams was able to restrain her curiosity about the contents of the box, it was obvious that her suggestion was prudent, and therefore we left the box in charge of the bank. Mr. Crump bowed us out of his room very civilly, and the porter ushered us to the street door, in front of which was a four-wheeled cab. Just as we reached it, the old grey-haired beggar-man, whom I had noticed before, rushed forward and obscurely turned the handle. Mrs. Williams sprang lightly into the vehicle, and again, I thought, she glanced nervously at the caging old rascal. Here, you be off, my man, I said to him sharply. No, no, here, my poor fellow, here's something for you, said Mrs. Williams, and before I could prevent her, she put her hand over my shoulder and gave the beggar a sixpence. You shouldn't be so foolish, I said laughingly, as the old man shuffled off with his price. Think of my good luck, Mr. Perkins, laughed the widow. I gave the cabman the address of Elvira House, and lifted my hat to Mrs. Williams from the pavement as she drove away, little imagining that she would have left London before I returned in the evening. But so it happened, for when I reached Elvira House at the end of the day, I learned that the widow had received a telegram an hour or so previously, summoning her to Bath on the account of the illness of her mother. She left many kind messages for you, added Mrs. Nix, when she gave me the information.
She said she would write to you in the course of a day or two.
She was dreadfully upset, poor thing, at the sad news. I did not even know she had a mother living, I remarked. You were the only person she confided in, said Mrs. Nix playfully. I suppose the little girl has gone too, I observed, a trifle abashed. Yes, A sweet child. Everyone is so sorry to lose them. Mrs. Williams was a universal favorite, said Mrs. Nix.
This was evidently the case, to judge from the expressions of regret which were uttered at the dinner table when her departure became generally known. We had rather a reduced company that evening, there being several vacant places. The Major had gone to attend some races at York, whither Mr. Booth was understood to have accompanied him, and 2 or 3 of our guests were dining out. I was surprised to hear of my friend having yielded to the Major's persuasions, for when the latter had broached the subject of the expedition in the smoking-room on the previous evening, Mr. Booth had flatly refused the invitation. But horse-racing was a form of sport which seemed to possess extraordinary attractions for him, and I supposed he had been partly influenced by a desire to keep his companion out of mischief. I must confess that I felt a little depressed at the widow's unexpected absence. It was quite untrue that I admired her, but her confidences had heightened my platonic regard, and her personality undoubtedly attracted me. I therefore awaited the promised letter with some impatience, and she was good enough not to leave me long in suspense, for by the next evening's post I received from her the following epistle, dated from Lower Pulteney Street, Bath. My dear Mr. Perkins, alas, my poor dear mother is dying. So shocking, and so totally unexpected. Of course, I must remain by her side till the end, and she may yet linger for some weeks, the doctor says. I hope Mrs. Nix gave you my message. I can never thank you sufficiently for all your kindness, dear Mr. Perkins, and yet I have a further favour to ask of you. You know what sick people are. I told my dear mother, who is perfectly conscious, about the box at the bank. Nothing will satisfy her but to know what it contains, as she is anxious to be assured that my little girl and I are sufficiently provided for. How I regret that I did not examine the contents that day at the bank. And now, what am I to do? I dare not leave my poor mother, even for an hour. I wonder whether you would undertake a journey here and bring the box with you. I know it is too much to ask, yet I have ventured to write to the bank to say that you might call. I am sure your kind heart will prompt you to do this if you possibly can. Your most faithfully and sincerely, dear Mr. Perkins, Amelia Williams.
I was rather startled by this request, and yet, well, in short, I decided to comply with it. I wonder at myself now. Most of us have experienced similar astonishment at past foolish actions.
My chief objection at the time was that I could not very well get away from the office. However, on consulting a railway timetable, I found that Bath was a much more accessible place than I had imagined. A half-day holiday would be all that I required, for I could travel down there and return the same evening. The next day was a Saturday, so that all the indulgence I need ask of my employers was a single hour in order that I might get to the bank before 2 o'clock to obtain the box. I therefore wrote immediately to Mrs. Williams to say that I would travel down by train, which left Paddington at 3 o'clock, arriving at Bath at 5:15, and that I should return by express, which would bring me back to town about 9. I had no reason for remaining at Bath, and I thought I might accomplish my journey before Mr. Booth came back. I think I must have had this vague idea of keeping my trip a secret, both from him and from the other guests, for I was a little sensitive about remarks which had been made about my attention to the widow. I duly carried out my programme. The box was handed over to me at the bank without the slightest demur, in consequence of a letter they had received from Mrs. Williams, and I arrived at Bath punctually at the time named. I hired a fly,
and drove straight to the widow's address in Lower Pulteney Street. But the servant who opened the door said, to my surprise, that the lady was out, and handed me a brief penciled note from her saying that she had been called away unexpectedly owing to her mother's condition, and asking me to leave the box. "The poor old lady is not in the house, then," I remarked casually. "What old lady, sir?" enquired the girl, opening her eyes. "Mrs. William's mother. Do you know where she lives?" "No, sir, I don't." "Never heard her mention she had a mother here, in Bath, sir," added the girl. "But Mrs. Williams is in constant attendance upon her mother, who is dying," I exclaimed. "Mrs. Williams has hardly left the house since she has been here, sir," said the girl, evidently struck by my surprise. "She and her little girl went for a drive in a fly about an hour ago. I don't know where they went to. She said if a gentleman came and left a tin box, I was to take great care of it." "Did Mrs. Williams say when she would return?" I inquired with an uneasy feeling. "She said I was to have tea ready at 6 o'clock, sir," replied the girl, glancing back at the clock. "I will come in and wait," I said with sudden resolution, as I stepped inside the hall. The servant, whose good faith was manifest, ushered me into a neat parlour, and then left me, after again asseverating in answer to pressing inquiries that Mrs. Williams was certainly not in attendance on an invalid. Indeed, it was impossible to doubt, from the girl's detailed account of the widow's movement since her arrival in Bath, that the story of the dying mother was a complete fiction.
I felt very much like a person who has unexpectedly received a douche of cold water. At first sight, it seemed as though the story had been merely a device to work upon my feelings in order to induce me to bring the box down to Bath. Even so, however, it was extraordinary behavior on Mrs. Williams's part to absent herself just at the hour of my arrival. She had evidently counted upon my leaving the box and returning at once to London, as I had planned. But why the sudden reluctance to meet me, to say nothing of the ungrateful discourtesy? I grimly resolved to await an explanation, and when I recalled to mind that Mrs. Williams had given the alleged illness of her mother as an excuse for hurried departure from Elvira House, my mystification increased. The repeated warnings of Mr. Booth rose unpleasantly to my mind, and I had worked myself into a state of mingled indignation and resentment, when a ring at the street door bell announced, as I imagined, the return of Mrs. Williams. I awaited her with a considerable trepidation, for I felt that my position was both painful and embarrassing. I heard the servant respond to the summons, and the next moment the room door was thrown open, and who should walk in but Mr. Booth? I started and stared at him as though I had seen a ghost, while he seemed equally surprised at seeing me, though he recovered himself quickly. He glanced at the box on the table, and his eyes twinkled. "Hullo! I thought you were at York," I gasped. "And I thought you were in London," he said, smiling at my astonishment. "I'm waiting to see Mrs. Williams," I explained. "She's a very clever little woman," he said emphatically. "You came by the 5:15 train, I suppose, with that?" "Yes." "While she, to put me off the scent, seeks to lead me a wild goose chase, so as to leave the coast clear," he added, nodding his head. "I found a note from her asking me to leave the box," I said resentfully. "Yes. She didn't mean to be impolite to you," said Mr. Booth slyly. "The fact is, she has been so closely shadowed that if she had stayed at home for you, your arrival with the box would have been noticed. I suspected a trick, though I must own that my calling here in her absence was nothing short of an inspiration," he added with great satisfaction. "Perhaps you will kindly explain it all," I exclaimed, with a show of indignation which was intended to disguise my increasing confusion. "Not now," he said, coolly taking possession of the box, "unless you want an awkward scene with the woman, which might end in my having to call in the police. In that case, my friend, you would figure somewhat unpleasantly before the public as an innocent accomplice in an awkward affair. We had better clear out before she returns." "But the box belongs to Mrs. Williams," I exclaimed, horrified. "Well, it does, and it doesn't. I'll explain going along. Meanwhile, possession is 9 points of the law," he said, putting the box under his arm and moving to the door. I was scared by the suggestion of a public scandal, and I had complete faith in my friend. I, therefore, put on my hat and followed him, and by rushing through the streets until we met a fly which drove us at full speed to the station, we just contrived to catch the 6.5 train back to town, as it was beginning to move away. "Well?" I inquired eagerly, as soon as I had recovered my breath. We had fortunately, and quite by chance, secured an empty first-class compartment. Mr. Booth was leaning back with an air of calm triumph, lighting a cigar, while his feet resting on the tin box. "Mrs. Williams," he said quietly, "is the wife of an accomplished forger and swell mobsman, who is at present undergoing the felicity of 14 years' penal servitude." "The wife!" I gasped. "Yes. His real name is Bolton, but he called himself Williams among other aliases. In that name he opened an account at the Drake's Bank and deposited the box a few months before he was arrested." "It was her husband's property, then?" I exclaimed, slightly relieved. "It contains the proceeds of a very ingenious robbery in Hatton Garden. He was known to have hidden a good bit away somewhere, but he kept his mouth shut, and the police were nonplussed. So was his clever little wife, whose ingenuity and pluck I can't help admiring." "Didn't he tell her?" I inquired, interested in spite of my unenviable feelings. "Yes, but she couldn't get it at all. It was lodged at the bank in the name of Williams for safety, and she dare not claim it. But she bided her time, and at length she heard of the death of Mr. John Williams at Gateshead, which showed her husband's prudence in having adopted a common name. Of course, this was her opportunity. The dead man, a complete stranger, was made to represent the actual depositor, and Mrs. Williams pretended to be the widow." "How did she get hold of the probate of another man's will?" I asked. "Probably bribed the clerk of the solicitor who had custody of it. You see, probates are no good when once an estate is wound up. This one was probably kicking about the office and wouldn't be missed." "What of the real Mrs. Williams of Gateshead?" "She is dead." "And the advertisements said to have been inserted in the papers?" "All a lie. There are no advertisements. My dear fellow, she made you serve her purpose beautifully," laughed Mr. Booth. "It was very unfriendly of you not to have given me a hint," I exclaimed, furiously indignant. "My dear Perkins, didn't I warn you over and over again?" "Yes, but you didn't tell me what you knew." Because at first I knew absolutely nothing. I simply mistrusted her from some kind of instinct. But when you told me the woman's story, I went round to Scotland Yard, where I have a friend," said Mr. Booth, delicately flicking the ash from his cigar with his little finger, "and was shown some photographs. That same evening you told me you had been to the bank on her behalf. You may remember that I was annoyed with you. Even then you might have been more explicit," I replied angrily. "Well, the fact is, my dear Perkins, as you had already committed yourself, I couldn't resist the temptation of undertaking this little coup. You played into my hands, as it were. But there is no harm done," he added, laughing at my discomfiture. "It is entirely a private venture of my own, carried out single-handed." "Why didn't she take the box away from the bank that day?" I inquired, after a sulky silence. "Because she discovered she was being watched," replied Mr. Booth, with imperturbable good humour. "Do you remember an old grey-bearded man?" "Yes." "She spotted him, and that sent her out of London." "You followed, I suppose?" "Yes. I knew she would contrive to get the box sent down to her. I thought she would probably have it brought down by one of the bank's messengers. I never thought she would have the cheek to—" Mr. Booth checked himself abruptly, evidently out of consideration for my feelings. Then, after puffing at his cigar for a few moments, he added, in a conciliatory tone, "You mustn't mind, my dear fellow. Only two people besides yourself will ever have even a suspicion of how it has all come about. I shan't tell, and you may be sure she won't." "You forget the grey-bearded man," I groaned despondently. "True. Yes, I forgot him," said Mr. Booth, smiling. "But I'll answer for his discretion as I would for my own." "I wouldn't have it happen for £1,000, I exclaimed in deep dejection, after we had travelled for 20 miles in complete silence. Mr. Booth looked at me for a few moments with a friendly concern. Then he leant forward and touched me lightly on the arm. "My dear fellow, since it has happened, I can offer you half the sum you mention as compensation." "What do you mean?" "The owner of the property in this box will no doubt be glad to pay me £500 as a reward. I am sufficiently repaid by the satisfaction of having accomplished a very neat job, entirely off my own bat. As a matter of fact, I owe my success entirely to you." "Thanks, no. I am no detective," I interrupted, more rudely, I dare say, than I was conscious of. "At least let me offer you a little memento to hang on your watch chain," he said, wincing at the rebuff, but not the least resenting it. He produced, as he spoke, from his pocket a 6-penny piece and handed it to me. "What is this?" I asked. "The identical coin which the fair widow bestowed upon the grey-bearded man," he replied. "How did you come by it, then?" I asked. But Mr. Booth only smiled, and I then recollected how he had boasted that he had managed his part of the business single-handed. I have only to add that though my friend always declared that the widow did not entertain the least suspicion of his identity, she never came to Elvira House again, nor even wrote a line of remonstrance or enquiry to me. And as I have heard nothing whatever from that day to this, I conclude she made no complaint but accepted philosophically her bitter disappointment, probably considering herself lucky to have escaped worse consequences. The End of The Tin Box by Herbert Keane.
A Mysterious Case by Anna Catherine Green. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. A Mysterious Case by Anna Catherine Green. It was a mystery to me, but not to the other doctors. They took, as was natural, the worst possible view of the matter, and accepted the only solution which the facts seemed to warrant. But they are men, and I am a woman. Besides, I knew the nurse well, and I could not believe her capable of wilful deceit, much less of the heinous crime which deceit in this case involved. So to me the affair was a mystery. The facts were these. My patient, a young typewriter, seemingly without friends or enemies, lay in a small room of a boarding house, afflicted with a painful but not dangerous malady. Though she was comparatively helpless, her vital organs were strong, and we never had a moment's uneasiness concerning her, till one morning, when we found her in an almost dying condition from having taken, as we quickly discovered, a dose of poison, instead of the soothing mixture which had been left for her with the nurse. Poison! And no one, not even herself or the nurse, could explain how the same got into her room, much less into her medicine. And when I came to study the situation, I found myself as much at a loss as they, owing to the fact that there neither was nor ever had been a drop of it in my possession. The mixture, then, was pure when it left my hand, and according to the nurse, whom, as I have said, I implicitly believe, it went into the glass pure, and yet when, 2 hours later, without her having left the room or anybody coming into it, she found occasion to administer the draught, poison was in the cup, and the patient was only saved from death by the most immediate and energetic measures, not only on her part, but on that of Dr. Holmes, who in her haste and perturbation she had called in from the adjacent house. The patient, young, innocent, unfortunate, but of a strangely courageous disposition, betrayed nothing but the utmost surprise at the peril she had so narrowly escaped. When Dr. Holmes intimated that perhaps she had been tired of suffering and had herself found means of putting the deadly drug into her medicine, she opened her great gray eyes with such a look of childlike surprise and reproach that he blushed and murmured some sort of apology. "Poison myself?" she cried, "when you promise me that I shall get well? You do not know what a horror I have of dying in debt, or you would never say that." This was some time after the critical moment had passed, and there were in the room Mrs. Dayton, the landlady, Dr. Holmes, the nurse, and myself. At the utterance of these words we all felt ashamed, and cast looks of increased interest at the poor girl. She was very lovely. Though without means, and to all appearance without friends, she possessed in great degree the charm of winsomeness, and not even her many sufferings, nor the indignation under which she was then laboring, could quite rob her countenance of that tender and confiding expression which so often redeems the plainest face and makes beauty doubly attractive. "Dr. Holmes does not know you," I hastened to say. "I do, and utterly repel for you any such insinuation. In return, will you tell me if there is anyone in the world whom you can call your enemy? Though the chief mystery is how so deadly and unusual a poison could have gotten into a clean glass, without the knowledge of yourself or the nurse. Still, it might not be amiss to know if there is anyone, here or elsewhere, who for any reason might desire your death." The surprise in the childlike eyes increased rather than diminished. "I don't know what to say," she murmured. I am so insignificant and feeble a person that it seems absurd for me to talk of having an enemy. Besides, I have none. On the contrary, everyone seems to love me more than I deserve. Haven't you noticed it, Mrs. Dayton?" The landlady smiled and stroked the sick girl's hand. "Indeed," she replied, "I have noticed that people love you, but I have never thought it was more than you deserved. You are a dear little thing, Addie." And though she knew, and I knew, that the everyone mentioned by the poor girl meant ourselves, and possibly her unknown employer, we were none the less touched by her words. The more we studied the mystery, the deeper and less explainable did it become. And indeed I doubt if we should ever have got to the bottom of it if there had not presently occurred in my patient a repetition of the same dangerous symptoms, followed by the same discovery of poison in the glass, and the same failure on the part of herself and nurse to account for it. I was aroused from my bed at midnight to attend her, and as I entered her room and met her beseeching eyes looking upon me from the very shadow of death, I made a vow that I would never cease my efforts until I had penetrated the secret of what certainly looked like a persistent attempt upon this poor girl's life. I went about the matter deliberately. As soon as I could leave her side, I drew the nurse into a corner and again questioned her. The answers were the same as before. Addie had shown distress as soon as she had swallowed her usual quantity of medicine, and in a few minutes more was in a perilous condition. "Did you hand the glass yourself to Addie?" "I did." "Where did you take it from?" "From the place where you left it, the little stand on the farther side of the bed." "And do you mean to say that you had not touched it since I prepared it?" "I do, ma'am." "And that no one else has been in the room?" "No one, ma'am." I looked at her intently. I trusted her, but the best of us are but mortal. "Can you assure me that you have not been asleep during this time?" "Look at this letter I have been writing," she returned. "It is 8 pages long, and it was not begun when you left us at 10 o'clock. I shook my head and fell into a deep reverie. How was that matter to be elucidated, and how was my patient to be saved? Another draught of this deadly poison, and no power on earth could resuscitate her. What should I do, and with what weapons should I combat a danger at once so subtle and so deadly? Reflection brought no decision, and I left the room at last, determined upon but one point, and that was the immediate removal of my patient. But before I had left the house, I changed my mind even on this point. Removal of the patient meant safety to her, perhaps, but not the explanation of her mysterious poisoning. I would change the position of her bed, and I would even set a watch over her and the nurse, but I would not take her out of the house, not yet. And what had produced this change in my plans? The look of a woman whom I met on the stairs. I did not know her, but when I encountered her glance I felt that there was some connection between us, and I was not at all surprised to hear her ask, "And how is Miss Wilcox today?" "Miss Wilcox is very low," I returned. "The least neglect, the least shock to her nerves, would be sufficient to make all my efforts useless. Otherwise—" "She will get well?" I nodded. I had exaggerated the condition of the sufferer, but some secret instinct compelled me to do so. The look which passed over the woman's face satisfied me that I had done well, and though I left the house, it was with the intention of speedily returning and making inquiries into the woman's character and position in the household. I learned little or nothing. That she occupied a good room and paid for it regularly seemed to be sufficient to satisfy Mrs. Dayton. Her name, which proved to be Leroux, showed her to be French, and her promptly paid $10 a week showed her to be respectable. What more could any hard-working landlady require? But I was distrustful. Her face, though handsome, possessed an eager, ferocious look which I could not forget, and the slight gesture with which she had passed me at the close of the short conversation I had given before had a suggestion of triumph in it which seemed to contain whole volumes of secret and mysterious hate. I went into Miss Wilcox's room very thoughtful. "I am going—" But here the nurse held up her hand. "Hark!" she whispered. She had just set the clock and was listening to it striking. I did hark, but not to the clock. "Whose step is that?" I asked, after she had left the clock and sat down. "Oh, someone in the next room. The walls here are very thin, only boards in places." I did not complete what I had begun to say. If I could hear steps through the partition, then could our neighbors hear us talk, and what I had determined upon must be kept secret from all outsiders. I drew a sheet of paper toward me and wrote, "I shall stay here tonight. Something tells me that in doing this I shall solve this mystery, but I must appear to go. Take my instructions as usual and bid me good night. Lock the door after me, but with a turn of the key instantly unlock it again. I shall go downstairs, see that my carriage drives away, and quietly return. On my re-entrance I shall expect to find Miss Wilcox on the couch with the screen drawn up around it, you in the big chair, and the light lowered. What I do thereafter need not concern you. Pretend to go to sleep." The nurse nodded and immediately entered upon the program I had planned. I prepared the medicine as usual, placed it in its usual glass, and laid that glass where it had always been set, on a little table at the farther side of the bed. Then I said good night, and passed hurriedly out. I was fortunate enough to meet no one going or coming. I regained the room, pushed open the door, and finding everything in order, proceeded at once to the bed, upon which, after taking off my hat and cloak and carefully concealing them, I lay down and deftly covered myself up. My idea was this, that by some mesmeric influence of which she was ignorant, the nurse had been forced to either poison the glass herself or open the door for another to do it. If this were so, she or the other person would be obliged to pass around the foot of the bed in order to reach the glass, and I should be sure to see it, for I did not pretend to sleep. By the low light enough could be discerned for safe movement about the room, and not enough to make apparent the change which had been made in the occupant of the bed. I waited with indescribable anxiety, and more than once fancied I heard steps, if not a feverish breathing, close to my bed head. But no one appeared, and the nurse in her big chair did not move. At last I grew weary, and fearful of losing control over my eyelids, I fixed my gaze upon the glass, as if in so doing I could find a talisman to keep me awake, when, great God, what was it I saw? A hand, a creeping hand coming from nowhere and joined to nothing, closing about that glass and drawing it slowly away till it disappeared entirely from before my eyes. I gasped. I could not help it, but I did not stir, for now I knew I was asleep and dreaming. But no, I pinch myself under the clothes and find that I am very wide awake indeed. And then, look, the glass is returning. The hand, a woman's hand, is slowly setting it back in its place, and with a bound I have that hand in my grasp. It is a living hand, and it is very warm and strong and fierce, and the glass has fallen and lies shattered between us, and a double cry is heard, one from behind the partition, through an opening in which this hand had been thrust, and one from the nurse, who has jumped to her feet and is even now assisting me in holding the struggling member, upon which I have managed to scratch a telltale mark with a piece of the fallen glass. At sight of the iron-like grip which this latter lays upon the intruding member, I at once release my own grasp. "Hold on!" I cried, and leaping from the bed, I hastened first to my patient, whom I carefully reassured, and then into the hall, where I found the landlady running to see what was the matter. "I have found the wretch!" I cried, and drawing her after me, hurried about to the other side of the partition, where I found a closet, and in it the woman I had met on the stairs, but glaring now like a tiger in her rage, menace, and fear. That woman was my humble little patient's bitter but unknown enemy, enamored of a man who, unwisely perhaps, had expressed in her hearing his admiration for the pretty typewriter. She had conceived the idea that he intended to marry the latter, and vowing vengeance, had taken up her abode in the same house with the innocent girl, where, had it not been for the fortunate circumstance of my meeting her on the stairs, she would certainly have carried out her scheme of vile and secret murder. The poison she had bought in another city, and the hole in the partition she had herself cut. This had been done at first for the purpose of observation, she having detected in passing by Miss Wilcox's open door that a banner of painted silk hung over that portion of the wall in such a way as to hide any aperture which might have been made there. Afterward, when Miss Wilcox fell sick, and she discovered by short glimpses through her loophole that the glass of medicine was placed on a table just under this banner, she could not resist the temptation to enlarge the hole to a size sufficient to admit the pushing aside of the banner and the reaching through of her murderous hand. Why she did not put poison enough in the glass to kill Miss Wilcox at once, I have never discovered. Probably she feared detection. That by doing as she did, she brought about the very event she had endeavored to avert, is the most pleasing part of the tale. When the gentleman of whom I have spoken learned of the wicked attempt which had been made upon Miss Wilcox's life, his heart took pity upon her, and a marriage ensued, which I have every reason to believe is a happy one. This concludes the reading of A Mysterious Case by Anna Catherine Green. Recorded by Linda McDaniel, November 2008.
Cheating the Gallows by Israel Zangwill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by S.G.A., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Cheating the Gallows. They say that a union of opposites make the happiest marriage, and perhaps it is on the same principle that men who chum together are always so oddly assorted. You shall find a man of letters sharing diggings with an auctioneer, and a medical student pigging a stockbroker's clerk. Perhaps each thus escapes the temptation to talk shop in his hours of leisure, while he supplements his own experiences of life by his companions. There could not be an odder couple than Tom Peters and Everett G. Roxdale. The contrast began with their names and ran through the entire chapter. They had a bedroom and a sitting room in common, but it would not be easy to find what else. To his landlady, worthy Mrs. Seacon, Tom Peters' profession was a little vague, but everybody knew that Roxdale was the manager of the City and Suburban Bank, and it puzzled her to think why a bank manager should live with such a seedy-looking person who smoked clay pipes and sipped whiskey and water all evening when he was at home. For Roxdale was as spruce and erect as his fellow lodger was round-shouldered and shabby. He never smoked, and he confined himself to a small glass of claret at dinner. It is possible to live with a man and see very little of him, where each of the partners lives his own life in his own way, with his own circle of friends and external amusements. Days may go by without the men having 5 minutes together. Perhaps this explains why these partnerships jog along so much more peacefully than marriages, where the chain is drawn so much tighter and galls the partners rather than links them. Diverse, however, as were the hours and habits of the chums, they often breakfasted together, and they agreed in one thing: they never stayed out at night. For the rest, Peters sought his diversions in the company of journalists, and frequented debating rooms, where he propounded the more iconoclastic views, while Roxdale had highly respectable houses open to him in the suburbs, and was in fact engaged to be married to Clara Novell, the charming daughter of a retired corn merchant, a widower with no other child. Clara naturally took up a good deal of Roxdale's time, and he often dressed to go to the play with her, while Peters stayed at home in a faded dressing gown and loose slippers. Mrs. Seacon liked to see gentlemen about the house in evening dress, and made comparisons not favorable to Peters, and this in spite of the fact that he gave her infinitely less trouble than the younger man. It was Peters who first took the apartments, and it was characteristic of his easy-going temperament that he was so openly and naively delighted
to the view of the Thames obtainable from the bedroom window, that Mrs. Seacon was emboldened to ask 25 cents more than she had intended. She soon returned to her normal terms, however, when his friend Roxdale called the next day to inspect the rooms, and overwhelmed her with a demonstration of their numerous shortcomings. He pointed out that their being on the ground floor was not an advantage, but a disadvantage, since they were nearer to the noises of the street. In fact, the house being a corner one, the noises of two streets. Roxdale continued to exhibit the same finicking temperament in the petty details of the menage. His shirt fronts was never sufficiently starched, nor his boots sufficiently polished. Tom Peters, having no regard for rigid linen, was always good-tempered and satisfied, and never acquired the respect of his landlady. He wore blue check shirts and loose ties even on Sundays. It is true he did not go to church, but slept on till Roxdale returning from the morning service, and even then it was difficult to get him out of bed, or to make him hurry up his toilet operations. Often the midday meal would be smoking on the table, while Peters would smoke in the bed, and Roxdale, with his head thrust through the folding doors that separated the bedroom from the sitting room, would be adjuring the sluggard to arise and shake off his slumbers, and threatening to sit down without him, lest the dinner be spoilt. In revenge, Tom was usually up first on weekdays, sometimes at such unearthly hours that Polly had not yet removed the boots from the outside the bedroom door, and would bawl down to the kitchen for a shaving water. For Tom, lazy and indolent as he was, shaved with an unfailing regularity of a man to whom shaving had become an instinct. If he had not kept fairly regular hours, Mrs. Seacon would have set him down as an actor, so clean-shaven was he. Roxdale did not shave. He wore a full beard, and being a fine figure of a man to boot, no uneasy investor could look upon him without being reassured as to the stability of the bank he managed so successfully. And thus the two men lived in an economical comradeship, all the firmer, perhaps, for their mutual incongruities. It was on a Sunday afternoon in the middle of October, 10 days after Roxdale had settled in his new rooms, that Clara Newell paid her first visit to him there. She enjoyed a good deal of liberty, and did not mind accepting his invitation to tea. The corn merchant, himself indifferently educated, had an exaggerated sense of the value of culture, and so Clara, who had artistic tastes without much actual talent, had gone in for painting, and might be seen in pretty toilettes copying pictures in the museum. At one time it looked as if she might be reduced to working seriously at her art, for Satan, who finds mischief still for idle hands to do, had persuaded her father to embark the fruits of years of toil in bubble companies. However, things turned out not so bad as they might have been. A little was saved from the wreck, and the appearance of a suitor, in the person of Everett G. Roxdale, ensured her a future of competence, if not of the luxury she had been entitled to expect. She had a good deal of affection for Everett, who was unmistakably a clever man as well as a good-looking one. The prospect seemed fair and cloudless. Nothing presaged the terrible storm that was about to break over these two lives. Nothing had ever for a moment come to vex their mutual contentment till this Sunday afternoon. The October sky, blue and sunny, with an Indian summer sultriness, seemed an exact image of a life, with its aftermath of a happiness that had once seemed blighted. Everett had always been so attentive, so solicitous, that she was much surprised, as chagrined, to find that he had apparently forgotten the appointment. Hearing her astonished interrogation of Polly in the passage,
Tom shambled from the sitting room in his loose slippers and his blue check shirt, with his eternal clay pipe in his mouth, and informed her that Roxdale had gone out suddenly earlier in the afternoon. "Gone out?" stammered poor Clara, all confused. "But he asked me to come to tea." "Oh, you're Miss Newell, I suppose," said Tom. "Yes, I'm Miss Newell." "He has told me a great deal about you, but I wasn't able honestly to congratulate him on his choice till now." Clara blushed uneasily under the compliment, and under the ardor of his admiring gaze. Instinctively she distrusted the man. The very first tone of his deep bass voice gave her a peculiar shudder, and then his impoliteness in smoking that vile clay was so gratuitous. "Oh, then you must be Mr. Peters," she said in return. "He has often spoken to me of you." "Ah," said Tom laughingly, "I suppose he told you all my vices. That accounts for your not being surprised at my Sunday attire." She smiled a little, showing a row of pearly teeth. "Everett ascribes to you all the virtues," she said. "Now that's what I call a friend," he cried ecstatically. "But won't you come in? He must be back in a moment. He surely would not break an appointment with you." The admiration latent in the accentuation of the last pronoun was almost offensive. She shook her head. She had a just grievance against Everett, and would punish him by going away indignantly. "Do let me give you a cup of tea," Tom pleaded. "You must be awfully thirsty this sultry weather. There, I'll make a bargain with you. If you will come in now, I promise to clear out the moment Everett returns, and not spoil your tete-a-tete." But Clara was obstinate. She did not at all relish this man's society, and besides, she was not going to throw away her grievance against Everett. "I know Everett will slang me dreadfully when he comes in, if I let you go," Tom urged. "Tell me at least where he can find you." "I'm going to take the bus at Charing Cross, and I'm going straight home," Clara announced determinedly. She put up her parasol in a pet, and went up the street into the Strand. A cold shadow seemed to have fallen over all things, but just as she was getting into the bus, a hansom dashed down Trafalgar Square, and a well-known voice hailed her. The hansom stopped, and Everett got out and held out his hand. "I'm so glad you're a bit late," he said. "I was called out unexpectedly, and having been trying to rush back in time. You wouldn't have found me if you had been punctual, but I thought," he added laughingly, "I could rely on you as a woman." "I was punctual," Clara said angrily. "I was not getting out of this bus, as you seem to imagine, but into it, and was going home." "My darling," he cried remorsefully, "1,000 apologies." The regret on his handsome face soothed her. He took the rose he was wearing in the buttonhole of his fashionably cut coat, and gave it to her. "Why were you so cruel?" he murmured as she nestled against him in the hansom. "Think of my despair if I had come home to hear you had come and gone. Why didn't you wait a moment?" A shudder traversed her frame. "Not with that man Peters," she murmured. "Not with that man Peters?" he echoed sharply. "What is the matter with Peters?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't like him." "Clara," he said half sternly, half cajolingly, "I thought you were above these feminine weaknesses. You are punctual. Strive also to be reasonable. Tom is my best friend. From boyhood we have been always together. There is nothing Tom would not do for me, or I for Tom. You must like him, Clara. You must, if only for my sake." "I'll try," Clara promised, and then he kissed her in gratitude and broad daylight. "You'll be very nice to him at tea, won't you?" he said anxiously. "I shouldn't like you two to be bad friends." "I don't want to be bad friends," Clara protested. "Only the moment I saw him, a strange repulsion and mistrust came over me." "You're quite wrong about him, quite wrong," he assured her earnestly. "When you know him better, you'll find him the best of fellows." "Oh, I know," he said suddenly. "I suppose he was very untidy, and you women go so much by appearances." "Not at all," Clara retorted. "It's you men who go by appearances." "Yes, you do. That's why you care for me," he said, smiling. She assured him it wasn't, and she didn't care for him so much as he plumed himself, but he smiled on. His smile died away, however, when he entered his rooms and found Tom nowhere. "I dare say you've made him run about hunting for me," he grumbled. "Perhaps he knew I'd come back and went away to leave us together," she answered. "He said he would when you came." "And yet you say you don't like him." She smiled reassuringly. Inwardly, however, she felt pleased at the man's absence. If Clara Noel could have seen Tom Peters carrying on with Polly in the passage, she might have felt justified in her prejudice against him. It must be confessed, though, that Everard also carried on with Polly. Alas, it is to be feared that men are much of a muchness where women are concerned. Shabby men and smart men, bank managers and journalists, bachelors and semi-detached bachelors. Perhaps it was a mistake, after all, to say that the chums had nothing patently in common. Everard, I'm afraid, kissed Polly rather more often than Clara, and although it was because he respected her less, the reasons would perhaps not have been sufficiently consoling to his affianced wife. For Polly was pretty, especially on alternate Sunday afternoons, and when at 10 p.m. she returned from her outings, she was generally met in the passage by one or other of the men. Polly liked to receive homage of real gentlemen, and said a white-cap at all indifferently. Thus, just before Clara knocked on the memorable Sunday afternoon, Polly was being confined to the house by unwritten code regulating the lives of servants, was amusing herself by flirting with Peters. "You are fond of me a little bit," the graceless Tom whispered, "aren't you?" "You know I am, sir," Polly replied. "You don't care for anyone else in the house?" "Oh, no, sir, I never let anyone kiss me but you." "I wonder how it is, sir," Polly replied ingenuously. "Give me another," Tom answered. She gave him another, and tripped to the door to answer Clara's knock. And that very evening, when Clara was gone, and Tom still out, Polly turned without the faintest atom of scrupulosity, or even jealousy, to the more fascinating Roxdale, and accepted his amorous advances. If it would seem at first sight that Everard had less excuse for such frivolity than his friend, perhaps the seriousness he showed in this interview may throw a different light upon the complex character of the man. "You're quite sure you don't care for anyone but me?" he asked earnestly. "Of course not, sir," Polly replied indignantly. "How could I?" "But you care for that soldier I saw you out with last Sunday?" "Oh, no, sir, he's only my young man," she said apologetically. "Would you give him up?" he hissed suddenly. Polly's pretty face took a look of terror. "I couldn't, sir. He'll kill me. He's such a jealous brute, you've no idea. Yes, but suppose I took you away from here, he whispered eagerly. Somewhere he couldn't find you. South America, Africa, somewhere thousands of miles across the seas. Oh, sir, you frighten me, whispered Polly, cowering before his ardent eyes, which shone in the dimly lit passage. Would you come with me? He hissed. She did not answer. She shook herself free and ran into the kitchen, trembling with a vague fear. One morning, earlier than his earliest hour of demanding shaving water, Tom rang the bell violently and asked the alarmed Polly what had become of Mr. Roxdale. How should I know, sir? She gasped. Ain't he been in, sir? Apparently not, Tom answered anxiously. He never remains out. We have been here for 3 weeks now, and I can't recall a single night he hadn't been home before 12. I can't make it out. All inquiries proved futile. Mrs. Seacon reminded him of the thick fog that had come on suddenly the night before. What fog? Asked Tom. Lord, didn't you notice it, sir? No. I came in early, smoked, read, and went to bed about 11. I never thought of looking out the window. It began about 10, said Mrs. Seacon, and got thicker and thicker. I couldn't see the lights of the river from my bedroom. The poor gentleman has been and gone and walked into the water. She began to whimper. Nonsense, nonsense, said Tom, though his expression belied his words. At the worst, I should think he couldn't find his way home and couldn't get a cab, so put up for the night at some hotel. I dare say it'll be all right. He began to whistle as if in restored cheerfulness. At 8 o'clock there came a letter from Roxdale, marked immediate. But as he did not turn up for breakfast, Tom went round personally to the City and Suburban Bank. He waited half an hour there, but the manager did not make his appearance. Then he left the letter with the cashier and went away with anxious countenance. That afternoon it was all over London that the manager of the City and Suburban had disappeared, and that many thousands pounds of gold and notes had disappeared with him. Scotland Yard opened the letter marked immediate, and noted that there had been a delay in its delivery, for the address had been obscure, and an official alteration had been made. It was written in feminine hand, and said, On second thoughts, I cannot accompany you. Do not try to see me again. Forget me. I shall never forget you. There was no signature. Clara Noel, distracted, disclaimed all knowledge of this letter. Polly deposed, and the fugitive had proposed flight to her, and the routes to Africa and South America were especially watched. Some months passed without result. Tom Peters went about overwhelmed with grief and astonishment. The police took possession of all the missing man's effects. Gradually, the hue and cry dwindled, died. At last we meet, cried Tom Peters, with his face lit up in joy. How are you, dear Miss Noel? Clara greeted him coldly. Her face had an abiding pallor now. Her lover's flight and the shame had prostrated her for weeks. Her soul was the arena of contending instincts. Alone of all the world, she still believed in Everett's innocence, felt that there was something more than met the eye, divined some devilish mystery behind it all. And yet that damning letter from the anonymous lady shook her sadly. Then, too, there was the deposition of Polly. When she heard Peter's voice accosting her, all her old repugnance resurged. It flashed upon her that this man, Roxdale's boon companion, must know far more than he had told to the police. She remembered how Everett had spoken of him, with what affection and confidence. Was it likely he was utterly ignorant of Everett's movements? Mastering her repugnance, she held out her hand. It might be well to keep in touch with him. He was possibly the clue to the mystery. She noticed that he was dressed a shade more trimly, and was smoking a meerschaum. He walked alongside her, and made no offer to put his pipe out. "Have you not heard from Everett?" he asked. She flushed. "Do you think I am an accessory after the fact?" she cried. "No, no," he said soothingly. "Pardon me. I was thinking he might have written, giving no exact address, of course. Men do sometimes dare to write thus to women. But of course he knows you too well. You would have put the police on his tracks." "Certainly," she exclaimed indignantly. "Even if he is innocent, he must face the charge." "Do you still entertain the possibility of his innocence?" "I do," she said boldly, and looked him full in the face. His eyelids drooped with a quiver. "Don't you?" "I have hoped against hope," he replied, in a voice faltering with emotion. "Poor old Everett! But I am afraid there is no room for doubt. Oh, this wicked curse of money, tempting the noblest and the best of us!" The weeks rolled on. Gradually she found herself seeing more and more of Tom Peters, and gradually, strange to say, he grew less repulsive. From the talks they had together, she began to see there was really no reason to put faith in Everett. His criminality, his faithlessness, were too flagrant. Gradually she grew ashamed of her early mistrust of Peters. Remorse bred esteem, and esteem ultimately ripened into feelings so warm that Tom gave freer vent to the love that had been visible to Clara from the first. She did not repulse him. It is only in books that love lives forever. Clara, so her father thought, showed herself a sensible girl in plucking out an unworthy affection and casting it from her heart. He invited the new lover to his house, and took to him at once. Roxdale's somewhat supercilious manner had always jarred upon the unsophisticated corn merchant. With Tom, the old man got on much better. While evidently quite as well informed and cultured as his whilom friend, Tom knew how to impart his superior knowledge, with the accent on the knowledge rather than on the superiority, while he had the air of gaining much information in return. Those who are most conscious of defects of an early education are most resentful of other people sharing their consciousness. Moreover, Tom's bonhomie was far more to the old fellow's liking than the studied politeness of his predecessor, so that, on the whole, Tom made more of a conquest of the father than of the daughter. Nevertheless, Clara was by no means unresponsive to Tom's affection, and when, after one of his visits to the house, the old man kissed her fondly and spoke of the happy turn of things had taken, and how, for the second time in their lives, things had mended, when they seemed at their blackest, her heart swelled with a gush of gratitude and joy and tenderness, and she fell sobbing into her father's arms. Tom calculated that he had made a clear $500 a year by occasional journalism, besides possessing some profitable investments which he had inherited from his mother. so that there was no reason for delaying the marriage. It was fixed for May Day, and the honeymoon was to be spent in Italy. But Clara was not destined to happiness. For the moment she had promised herself her first love's old memories began to rise up and reproach her. Strange thoughts stirred in the depths of her soul, and in the silent watches of the night she seemed to hear Everett's accents, charged with grief and upbraiding. Her uneasiness increased as her wedding day drew nearer. One night, after a pleasant afternoon spent in being rowed by Tom among the upper reaches of the Thames, she retired to rest full of vague forebodings. And she dreamt a terrible dream. The dripping form of Everett stood by her bedside, staring at her with ghastly eyes. Had he been drowned on the passage to his land of exile? Frozen with horror, she put the question. "I have never left England," the vision answered. Her tongue clove to the roof of her mouth. "Never left England," she repeated, in tones which did not seem to be hers. The wraith's stony eyes stared on her, but there was silence. "Where have you been, then?" she asked in her dream. "Very near you," came the answer. "There has been foul play, then!" she shrieked. The phantom shook its head in doleful assent. "I knew it!" she shrieked. "Tom Peters! Tom Peters had done away with you. Is it not he? Speak!" "Yes, it is he, Tom Peters, whom I loved more than all the world." Even in the terrible oppression of the dream, she could not resist saying, woman-like, "Did I not warn you against him?" The phantom stared on silently and made no reply. "But what was his motive?" she asked at length. "Love of gold, and you. And you are giving yourself to him," it said sternly. "No, no, Everett, I will not. I will not. I swear it. Forgive me." The spirit shook its head skeptically. "You love him. Women are false as men." She strove to protest again, but her tongue refused its office. "If you marry him, I shall always be with you. Beware." The dripping figure vanished as suddenly as it came, and Clara awoke in cold perspiration. Oh, it was horrible! The man she had learned to love, the murderer of the man she had learned to forget. How her original prejudice had been justified! Distracted, shaken to her depths, she would not take counsel even of her father, but informed the police of her suspicion. A raid was made on Tom's rooms, and lo, the stolen notes were discovered in a huge bundle. It was found that he had several banking accounts, with a large recently paid amount in each bank. Tom was arrested. Attention was now concentrated on the corpses washed up by the river. It was not long before the body of Roxdale came to shore, the face distorted almost beyond recognition by long immersion, by the clothes patently his, and a pocket-book in the breast pocket removing the last doubt. Mrs. Seacon and Polly and Clara Noel all identified the body. Both juries returned a verdict of murder against Tom Peters, the recital of Clara's dream producing a unique impression in the court and throughout the country. The theory of the prosecution was that Roxdale had brought home money, whether to fly alone or to divide it, or whether even for some innocent purpose, as Clara believed, was immaterial. that Peters, determined to have it all, and that he had gone out for a walk with the deceased, and, taking advantage of the fog, had pushed him into the river, and that he was further impelled to the crime by love for Clara Novel, as was evident from his subsequent relations with her. The judge put on the black cap. Tom Peters was duly hung by the neck till he was dead. Brief resume of the culprit's confession. When you all read this, I shall be dead and laughing at you. I have been hung for my own murder. I am Everett G. Roxdale. I am also Tom Peters. We two were one. When I was a young man, my mustache and beard wouldn't come. I bought false ones to improve my appearance. One day, after I had become manager of the city and the suburban bank, I took off my beard and mustache at home. And then the thought crossed my mind that nobody would know me without them. I was another man. Instantly it flashed upon me that if I ran away from the bank, that the other man could be left in London, while the police were scouring the world for a non-existent fugitive. But this was only the crude germ of the idea. Slowly I matured my plan. The man who was going to be left in London must be known to a circle of acquaintance beforehand. It would be easy enough to masquerade in the evenings in my beardless condition, with the other disguise of dress and voice. But this was not brilliant enough. I conceived the idea of living with him. It was Box and Cox reversed. We shared the rooms at Mrs. Seacon's. It was a great strain, but it was only for a few weeks. I had trick clothes in my bedroom, like those of quick-change artists. In a moment, I could pass from Roxdale to Peters, and from Peters to Roxdale. Polly had to clean 2 pairs of boots a morning, cook 2 dinners, etc., etc. She and Mrs. Seacon saw one or other of us every moment. It never dawned upon them they never saw us both together. At meals I would not be interrupted, ate off 2 plates, and conversed with my friends in loud tones. At other times we dined at different hours. On Sundays he was supposed to be asleep when I was in church. There is no landlady in the world to whom the idea would have occurred that one man was troubling himself to be 2, and to pay for 2, including washing. I worked up the idea of Roxdale's flight, asked Polly to go with me, manufactured that feminine letter that arrived in the morning of my disappearance. As Tom Peters, I mixed with the journalistic set. I had another room where I kept the gold and notes, till I mistakenly thought the thing had blown over. Unfortunately, returning from here on the night of my disappearance, with Roxdale's clothes in a bundle I intended to drop into the river, it was stolen from me in the fog, and the man into whose possession it ultimately came appears to have committed suicide. What perhaps ruined me was my desire to keep Clara's love and to transfer it to the survivor. Everett told her I was the best of fellows. Once married to her, I would not have had much fear. Even if she had discovered the trick, a wife cannot give evidence against her husband, and often does not want to. I made none of the usual slips. But no man can guard against a girl's nightmare after a day up the river and a supper at the Star and Garter. I might have told the judge he was an ass, but then I should have had penal servitude for bank robbery, and that is worse than death. The only thing that puzzles me, though, is whether the law has committed murder or I suicide.
The End of Cheating the Gallows. The Great Ruby Robbery by Grant Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by S.G.A., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Great Ruby Robbery. Persis Ramonette was an American heiress. As she justly remarked, this was a commonplace profession for a young woman nowadays. For almost everybody of late years has been an American and an heiress. A poor Californian, indeed, would be a charming novelty in London society. But London society, so far, has had to go without one. Persis Ramonette was on her way back from the Wilcoxes' ball. She was stopping, of course, with Sir Everard and Lady Maclure at their house at Hampstead. I say of course advisedly, because if you or I go to see New York, we have to put up at our own expense, $5 a day, without wine or extras, at the Windsor or the Fifth Avenue. But when the pretty American comes to London, and every American girl is ex officio pretty, in Europe at least, I suppose they keep their ugly ones at home for domestic consumption. She is invariably the guest either of the Dowager Duchess or of a Royal Academician like Sir Everard of the first distinction. Yankees visit Europe, in fact, to see, among other things, our art and our old nobility. And by dint of native persistence, they get into places that you and I could never succeed in penetrating, unless we devoted all the energies of a long and blameless life to securing an invitation. Persis hadn't been to the Wilcoxes with Lady Maclure, however. The Maclures were really too great to know such people as Wilcoxes, who were something tremendous in the city, but didn't buy pictures. And academicians, you know, don't care to cultivate city people, unless they are customers. Patrons, the academicians most usually call them, but I prefer the simple business word myself, as being a deal less patronizing. So Persis had accepted an invitation from Mrs. Duncan Harrison, the wife of the well-known member for the Hackness division of Elmshire, to take a seat in her carriage to and from the Wilcoxes. Mrs. Harrison knew the habits and manners of American heiresses too well to offer to chaperone Persis, and indeed Persis, as a free-born American citizen, was quite as well able to take care of herself the wide world over as any three ordinary married Englishwomen. Now, Mrs. Harrison had a brother, an Irish baronet, Sir Justin O'Brien, late of the 8th Hussars, who had been with them to the Wilcoxes, and who accompanied them home to Hampstead on the back seat of the carriage. Sir Justin was one of those charming, ineffective, elusive Irishmen whom everybody likes and everybody disapproves of. He had been everywhere and done everything, except to earn an honest livelihood. The total absence of rents during the 60s and 70s had never prevented his father, old Sir Terence O'Brien, who sat so long for Connemara in the unreformed Parliament, from sending his son Justin in the state to Eton, and afterwards to a fashionable college at Oxford. "He gave me the education of a gentleman," Sir Justin was wont regretfully to observe,
but he omitted to give me also the income to keep it up with. Nevertheless, society felt O'Byron was the sort of man who must be kept afloat somehow, and it kept him afloat accordingly in those mysterious ways that only society understands, and that you and I, who are not society, could never get to the bottom of if you tried for a century. Sir Justin himself had essayed Parliament too, where he sat for a while behind the great Parnell, without for a moment forfeiting society's regard, even in those early days when it was held as prime article of faith by the world that no gentleman could possibly call himself a Home Ruler. It was only of O'Byron's wild Irish tricks, society said, complacently, with that singular indulgence it always extends to its special favourites, and which is, in fact, the correlative of the unsparing cruelty it shows in turn to those who happen to offend against its unwritten precepts. If Sir Justin had blown up a Tsar or two in a fit of political exuberance, society would only have regarded the escapade as one of O'Byron's eccentricities. He had also held a commission for a while in a cavalry regiment, which he left, it was understood, owing to a difference of opinion about a lady with the colonel. And he was now a gentleman at large on London society, supposed by those who know more about everyone than one knows about oneself, to be on the lookout for a nice girl with a little money. Sir Justin had paid Persis a great deal of attention that particular evening. In point of fact, he had paid her a great deal of attention from the very first, whenever he met her, and on the way back home from the dance he had kept his eyes fixed on Persis's face to an extent that was almost embarrassing. The pretty Californian leaned back in her place in the carriage and surveyed him languidly. She was looking at her level best that night, in her pale pink dress, with the famous Ramanet rubies, in a cascade of red light setting off the snowy neck of hers. 'Twas a neck for a painter. Sir Justin let his eyes fall regretfully more than once on the glittering rubies. He liked and admired Persis, oh, quite immensely. Your society man, who had been through 7 or 8 London seasons, could hardly be expected to go quite so far as falling in love with any woman. His habit is rather to look about him critically among all the nice girls trotted out by their mammas for his lordly inspection, and to reflect with a faint smile that this, that, or the other one might perhaps really suit him, if it were not for— and there comes in the inevitable but of all human commendation. Still, Sir Justin admitted with a sigh to himself that he liked Persis ever so much. She was so fresh and original, and she talked so cleverly. As for Persis, she would have given her eyes, like every other American girl, to be made my lady. And she had seen no man yet with that auxiliary title in his gift, whom she liked half so well as this delightful wild Irishman. At the McClears' door the carriage stopped. Sir Justin jumped out and gave his hand to Persis. You know the house well, of course. Sir Everard McClears. It's one of those large artistic mansions in red brick and old oak, at the top of the hill, and it stands a little way back from the road, discreetly retired, with a big wooden porch, very convenient for leave-taking. Sir Justin ran up the steps with Persis to ring the bell for her. He had too much of the irrepressible Irish blood in his veins to leave that pleasant task to his sister's footman. But he didn't ring at once, at the risk of keeping Mrs. Harrison waiting outside for nothing. He stopped and talked a minute or so with the pretty American. "You look charming tonight, Miss Remenat," he said, as she threw back her light opera wrap for a moment in the porch and displayed a single flash of the snowy neck with the famous rubies. "Those stones become you so." She looked at him and smiled. "You think so?" she said, a little tremulous. "For even your American heiress, after all, is a woman." "Well, I'm glad you do. But it's good-bye tonight, Sir Justin, for I go next week to Paris." Even in the gloom of the porch, just lighted by an artistic red and blue lantern in wrought iron, she could see a shade of disappointment pass quickly over his handsome face as he answered with a little gulp. "No, you don't mean that." "Oh, Miss Remenat, I am so sorry." Then he paused and drew back. "And yet, after all," he continued, "perhaps—" and there he checked himself. Persis looked up at him hastily. "Yet, after all, what?" she asked with evident interest. The young man drew an almost inaudible sigh. "Yet, after all, nothing," he answered evasively. "That might do for an Englishwoman," Persis put in, with American frankness. "But it won't do for me." "You must tell me what you mean by it." For she reflected sagely that the happiness of two lives might depend upon those 2 minutes, and how foolish to throw away the chance of a man you really like, with a my ladyship to boot, all for the sake of pure convention. Sir Justin leaned against the woodwork of the retiring porch. She was a beautiful girl. He had hot Irish blood. Well, yes, just for once, he would say the plain truth to her. "Miss Romanet," he began, leaning forward and bringing his face close to hers. "Miss Romanet, Persis, shall I tell you the reason why?" "Because I like you so much. I almost think I love you." Persis felt the blood quiver in her tingling cheeks. How handsome he was, and a baronet! "And yet you're not altogether sorry," she said reproachfully, "that I'm going to Paris?" "No, not altogether sorry," he answered, sticking to it. "And I'll tell you why, too, Miss Ramanet. I like you very much, and I think you like me. For a week or two I've been saying to myself, I really believe I must ask her to marry me. The temptation's been so strong I could hardly resist it." "And why do you want to resist it?" Persis asked, all tremulous. Sir Justin hesitated a second, and then with a perfectly natural and instinctive movement, though only a gentleman would have ventured to make it, he lifted his hand and just touched the tips of his finger the ruby pendant on her necklet. "This is why," he answered simply, with manly frankness. "Persis, you're so rich, I'd never dare ask you." "Perhaps you don't know what my answer would be," Persis murmured very low, just to preserve her own dignity. "Oh, yes, I think I do," the young man replied, gazing deeply into her dark eyes. "It isn't that. If it were only that, I wouldn't be so much minded. But I think you'd take me." There was moisture in her eye. He went on more boldly. I know you would take me, Persis, and that's why I don't ask you. You're a great deal too rich, and these make it impossible. Sir Justin, Persis answered, removing his hand gently, but with the moisture growing thicker, for she really liked him. It's most unkind of you to say so. Either you ought not have told me at all, or else if you did. She stopped short. Womanly shame overcame her. The man leaned forward and spoke earnestly. Oh, don't say that, he cried from his heart. I couldn't bear to offend you, but I couldn't bear either to let you go away, well, without ever having told you. In that case, you might have thought I didn't care at all for you, and I was only flirting with you. But Persis, I have cared a great deal about you. A great deal. And had hard work many times to prevent myself from asking you. And I'll tell you the plain reason why I haven't asked you. I'm a man about town. Not much good, I'm afraid, for anybody or anything. And everybody says I'm on the lookout for an heiress, which happens not to be true. And if I married you, everybody would say, ah, there, I told you so. Now, I wouldn't mind that for myself. I'm a man, and I could snap my fingers at them. But I'd mind it for you, Persis, for I'm enough in love with you to be very, very jealous indeed for your honor. I couldn't bear to think people should say, there's that pretty American girl, Persis Ramanet. That was, you know. She'd thrown herself away upon that good-for-nothing Irishman, Justin O'Brien, a regular fortune hunter, who married her for her money. So for your sake, Persis, I'd rather not ask you. I'd rather leave you for some better man to marry. But I wouldn't, Persis cried aloud. Oh, Sir Justin, you must believe me. You must remember. At that precise moment, Mrs. Harrison put her head out of the carriage window and called out rather loudly. Why, Justin, what's keeping you? The horses will catch their deaths of cold. And they were clipped this morning. Come back at once, my dear boy. Besides, you know, les convenances. All right, Nora, her brother answered. I won't be a minute. We can't get them to answer this precious bell. I believe it don't ring. But I'll try again anyhow. And half forgetting that his own words weren't strictly true, for he hadn't yet tried, he pressed the knob with a vengeance. Is that your room with the light burning, Miss Ramanet? He went on, in a fairly loud official voice as a servant came to answer. The one with the balcony, I mean. Quite Venetian, isn't it? Reminds one of Romeo and Juliet. But most convenient for a burglary, too. Such nice low rails. Mind you, take good care of the Ramanet rubies. I don't want to take care of them, Persis answered, wiping her dim eyes hastily with her lace pocket handkerchief. If they make you feel as you say, Sir Justin, I don't mind if they go. Let the burglar take them. And even as she spoke, the McClure footman, immutable, sphinx-like, opened the door for her. Persis sat long in her own room that night before she began undressing. Her head was full of Sir Justin and these mysterious hints of his. At last, however, she took her rubies off and a pretty silk bodice, I don't care for them at all, she thought with a gulp. If they keep from me the love of the man I'd like to marry. It was late before she fell asleep, and when she did, her rest was troubled. She dreamt a great deal. In her dreams, Sir Justin and dance music and the rubies and burglars were incongruously mingled. To make up for it, she slept late next morning, and Lady Maclear let her sleep on, thinking she was probably wearied out with much dancing the previous evening. As though any amount of excitement could ever weary a pretty American. About 10 o'clock she woke up with a start. A vague feeling oppressed her that somebody had come in during the night and stolen her rubies. She rose hastily and went to her dressing table to look for them. The case was there all right. She opened it and looked at it. Oh, prophetic soul! The rubies were gone, and the box was empty. Now, Persis had honestly said that night before the burglar might take her rubies if he chose, and she wouldn't mind the loss of them. But that was last night, and the rubies hadn't then as yet been taken. This morning, somehow, things seemed quite different. It would be rough on us all, especially on politicians, if we must always be bound by what we said yesterday. Persis was an American, and no American is insensible to the charms of precious stones. It is a savage taste which European immigrants seem to have inherited obliquely from their Red Indian predecessors. She rushed over to the bell and rang it with a feminine violence. Lady Maclear's maid answered the summons as usual. She was a clever, demure-looking girl, this maid of Lady Maclear's, and when Persis cried to her wildly, "Send for the police at once, and tell Sir Everard my jewels are stolen," she answered, "Yes, miss," with such sober acquiescence that Persis, who was American, and therefore a bundle of nerves, turned round and stared at her as an incomprehensible mystery. No Mahatma could have been more unmoved. She seemed quite to expect those rubies would be stolen, and to take no more notice of the incident than if Persis had told her she wanted hot water. Lady Maclear, indeed, greatly prided herself on this cultivated imperturbability of Bertha's. She regarded it as the fine flower of English domestic service. But Persis was American, and saw things otherwise. To her, the calm repose with which Bertha answered, "Yes, miss, certainly, miss, I'll go and tell Sir Everard," seemed nothing short of exasperating. Bertha went off with the news, closing the door quite softly, and a few minutes later Lady Maclear herself appeared in the Californian's room to console her visitor under this severe domestic affliction. She found Persis sitting up in the bed, in a pretty French dressing jacket, pale blue with reverse of fawn colour, reading a book of verses. "Why, my dear," Lady Maclear exclaimed, "then you have found them again, I suppose? Bertha told us you'd lost your lovely rubies." "So I have, dear Lady Maclear," Persis answered, wiping her eyes. "They are gone. They have been stolen. I forgot to lock my door when I came home last night, and the window was open. Somebody must have come in, this way or that, and taken them. But whenever I'm in trouble, I try a dose of Browning. He's splendid for the nerves. He's so consoling, you know. He brings one to anchor." She breakfasted in bed. She wouldn't leave the room, she declared, till the police arrived. After breakfast, she rose and put on a dainty Parisian morning wrap. Americans have always such pretty bedroom things for these informal receptions. and sat up in a state to await the police officer. Sir Everard himself, much disturbed that such a mishap should have happened in his house, went round in person to fetch the official. While he was gone, Lady Maclear made a thorough search of the room, but couldn't find a trace of the missing rubies. "Are you sure you put them in the case, dear?" she asked, for the honour of the household. And Persis answered, "Quite confident, Lady Maclear. I always put them the moment I take them off, and when I came to look for them this morning, the case was empty." "They were very valuable, I believe?" Lady Maclear said, inquiringly. £6,000 was the figure in your money, I guess," Persis answered ruefully. "I don't know if you call that a lot of money in England, but we do in America." There was a moment's pause, and then Persis spoke again. "Lady Maclear," she said abruptly, "do you consider that maid of yours a Christian woman?" Lady Maclear was startled. That was hardly the light in which she was accustomed to regard the lower classes. "Well, I don't know about that," she said slowly. "That's a great deal, you know, dear, to assert about anybody, especially one's maid. But I should think she was honest, quite decidedly honest." "Well, that's the same thing about, isn't it?" Persis answered, much relieved. "I am glad you think that's so, for I was almost half afraid of her. She's too quiet for my taste, somehow. So silent, you know, and inscrutable." "Oh, my dear," her hostess cried, "don't blame her for silence. That's just what I like about her. It's exactly why I chose her for. Such a nice, noiseless girl. Moves about the room like a cat on tiptoe. Knows her proper place, and never dreams of speaking unless she is spoken to." "Well, you may like them that way in Europe," Persis responded frankly, "but in America we prefer them a little bit more human." 20 minutes later the police officer arrived. He wasn't in uniform. The inspector, feeling at once the gravity of the case, and recognizing that this was a big thing, in which there was glory to be won, and perhaps promotion, sent the detective at once, and advised that if possible nothing should be said to the household on the subject for the present, till the detective had taken a good look around the premises. That was useless, Sir Everard feared, for the lady maid knew, and the lady's maid would sure go down, all agog with the news, to the servants' hall immediately. However, they might try, no harm in trying, and sooner the detective got round to the house, of course the better. The detective accompanied him back, a keen-faced, close-shaven, irreproachable-looking man, like a vulgarized copy of Mr. John Morley. He was curt and businesslike. His first question was, "Have the servants been told about this?" Lady Maclear looked inquiringly across at Bertha. She herself had been sitting all the time with the bereaved Persis to console her, with Browning, under this heavy affliction. "No, my lady," Bertha answered, ever calm. "Invaluable servant, Bertha. I didn't mention it to anybody downstairs on purpose, thinking perhaps it might be decided to search the servants' boxes." The detective pricked up his ears. He was engaged already in glancing casually around the room. He moved about it now, like a conjurer, with quiet steps and slow. "He doesn't get on one's nerves," Persis remarked approvingly, in an undertone to her friend. Then she added aloud, "What's your name, please, Mr. Officer?" The detective was lifting a lace handkerchief on the dressing table at the side. He turned round softly. "Gregory, madam," he answered, hardly glancing at the girl, and going on with his occupation. "The same as the powders," Persis interposed with a shudder. "I used to take them when I was a child. I never could bear them." "We are useful as remedies," the detective replied with a quiet smile, "but nobody likes us." And he relapsed contentedly into his work once more, searching round the apartment. "The first thing we have to do," he said with a calm air of superiority, standing now by the window with one hand in his pocket, "is to satisfy ourselves whether or not there has really at all been a robbery. We must look through the room well, and see you haven't left rubies lying about loose somewhere. Such things often happen. We are constantly called in to investigate a case when it's only a matter of ladies' carelessness." At this, Persis flared up. "A daughter of the great republic isn't accustomed to be doubted like a mere European woman." "I am quite sure I took them off," she said, "and put them back in the jewel case. Of that I am just confident. There isn't a doubt possible." Mr. Gregory redoubled his search in all likely and unlikely places. "I should say that settles the matter," he answered blandly. "Our experience is that whenever a lady is perfectly certain, beyond the possibility of doubt, she put a thing away safely, it's absolutely sure to turn up where she says she didn't put it." Persis answered him never a word. Her manners had not that repose that stamps the caste of ver de ver, so to prevent an outbreak, she took refuge in Browning. Mr. Gregory, nothing abashed, searched the room thoroughly, up and down, without the faintest regard to Persis's feelings. He was a detective, he said, and his business was first of all to unmask crime, irrespective of circumstances. Lady Maclear stood by, meanwhile, with the imperturbable Bertha. Mr. Gregory investigated every hole and cranny. Like a man who wishes to let the world see for itself, he performs a disagreeable duty with unflinching thoroughness. When he had finished, he turned to Lady Maclear. "And now, if you please," he said blandly, "we will proceed to investigate the servants' boxes." Lady Maclear looked at her maid. "Bertha," she said, "go downstairs and see that none of the other servants come up meanwhile to their bedrooms." Lady Maclear was not quite to the manner born, and had never acquired the hateful aristocratic habit of calling women servants by their surnames only. But the detective interposed. "No, no," he said sharply. "This young woman had better stop here with Miss Remanette, strictly under her eye, till I have searched the boxes. For if I find nothing there, it may perhaps be my disagreeable duty, by and by, to call in a female detective to search her." It was Lady Maclear's turn to flare up now. "Why, this is my own maid," she said in a chilly tone, "and I have every confidence in her." "Very sorry about that, my lady," Mr. Gregory responded in a most official voice, "but our experience teaches us that if there's a person in the case whom nobody ever dreams of suspecting, that's the person one who has committed the robbery." "Why, you'll be suspecting myself next," Lady Maclear cried with some disgust. "Your ladyship's just the last person in the world I should think of suspecting," the detective answered with a deferential bow, which after his previous speech was to say the least of its equivocal. Persis began to get annoyed. She didn't like half the look of what the girl Bertha herself, but still She was there as Lady Maclear's guest, and she couldn't expose her hostess to discomfort on her own account. "The girl shall not be searched," she put in, growing hot. "I don't care a cent whether I lose the wretched stones or not. Compared to human dignity, what are they worth? Not 5 minutes' consideration." "They are worth just 7 years," Mr. Gregory answered with a professional definiteness. "And as to searching, why, that's out of your hands now. This is a criminal case. I am here to discharge a public duty." "I don't mind in the least being searched," Bertha put in obligingly, with an air of indifference. "You can search me if you like, when you've got a warrant for it." The detective looked up sharply. So also did Persis. This ready acquaintance with liberty of the subject in criminal cases impressed her unfavourably. "Ah, we will see about that," Mr. Gregory answered with a cool smile. "Meanwhile, Lady Maclear, I'll have a look at the boxes." The search, strictly illegal, brought out nothing. Mr. Gregory returned to Persis's bedroom disconsolate. "You can leave the room," he said to Bertha, and Bertha glided out. "I have set another man outside to keep a constant eye on her," he added in explanation. By this time Persis had almost made her mind up as to who was the culprit, but she said nothing overt for Lady Maclear's sake to the detective. As for that immovable official, he began asking questions, some of them, Persis thought, almost bordering on personal. Where had she been last night? Was she sure she had really worn the rubies? How did she come home? Was she certain she took them off? Did the maid help her undress? Who came back with her in the carriage? To all these questions, rapidly fired off with cross-examining acuteness, Persis answered in the direct American fashion. She was sure she had the rubies on when she came back home to Hampstead, because Sir Justin O'Byron, who came back with her in his sister's carriage, had noticed them the last thing, and had told her to take care of them. At mention of that name, the detective smiled meaningly. A meaning smile is a stock in trade to a detective. "Oh, Sir Justin O'Byron," he repeated, with quiet self-constraint. "He came back with you in the carriage, then? And did he sit the same side with you?" Lady Maclear grew indignant. That was Mr. Gregory's cue. "Really, sir," she said angrily, "if you are going to suspect gentlemen in Sir Justin's position, we shall none of us be safe from you." "The law," Mr. Gregory replied, with an air of profound deference, "is no respecter of persons." "But it ought to be of characters," Lady Maclear cried warmly. "What's the good of having a blameless character? I should like you to know if it doesn't allow you to commit a robbery with impunity," the detective interposed, finishing his sentence in his own way. Well, that's true. That's perfectly true. But Sir Justin's character, you see, can hardly be called blameless." "He's a gentleman," Persis cried, with flashing eyes, turning round upon the officer, "and he's quite incapable of such a mean and despicable crime as you dare to suspect him of." "Oh, I see," the officer answered, like one to whom a welcome ray of light breaks suddenly through a great darkness. "Sir Justin's a friend of yours. Did he come into the porch with you?" "He did," Persis answered, flushing crimson. "And if you have had the insolence to bring a charge against him—" "Calm yourself, madam," the detective replied coolly. "I do nothing of the sort, at this stage of the proceedings. It's possible there may have been no robbery in case at all. We must keep our minds open for the present to every possible alternative. It's a delicate matter to hint at. But before we go any further, do you think perhaps Sir Justin may have carried the rubies away by mistake, entangled in his clothes? Say, for example, his coat sleeve? It was a loophole of escape, but Persis didn't jump at it. He had never the opportunity, she answered with a flash. And I know quite well. They were there on my neck when he left me. For the last thing he said to me was, looking up at this very window, "That balcony's awfully convenient for a burglary. Mind you take good care of the Remanet rubies." And I remembered what he said when I took them off last night. And that's what made me so sure I really had them. "And you slept with the window open?" the detective went on, still smiling to himself. "Well, here we have all the materials, to be sure, for a first-class mystery." For some more days, nothing further turned up of importance about the great ruby robbery. It got into the papers, of course, as everything does nowadays, and all London was talking of it. Persis found herself quite famous as the American lady who had lost her jewels. People pointed her out in the park. People stared at her hard through their opera glasses at the theatre. Indeed, the possession of the celebrated Remanet rubies had never made her half so conspicuous in the world as the loss of them made her. It was almost worth while losing them, Persis thought, to be so much made of as she was in society in consequence. All the world knows a young lady must be somebody when she can offer a reward of £500 for the recovery of gewgaws valued at 6,000. Sir Justin met her in the Row one day. "Then you don't go to Paris for a while yet, until you get them back?" he inquired very low. And Persis answered, blushing, "No, Sir Justin, not yet. And I'm almost glad of it." "No, you don't mean that," the young man cried, with perfect boyish ardour. "Well, I confess, Miss Ramanet, the first thing I thought myself when I read it in the Times was just the very same. Then, after all, she won't go yet to Paris." Persis looked at him from her pony with American frankness. "And I," she said, quivering, "I found anchor in Browning. For what do you think I read? 'And learned to rate a true man's heart far above rubies.' The book opened at the very place, and there I found anchor." But when Sir Justin went round to his rooms that same evening, his servant said to him, "A gentleman was inquiring for you here this afternoon, sir. A close-shaven gentleman, not very prepossessing. And it seemed to me somehow, sir, as if he was trying to pump me." Sir Justin's face was grave. He went to his bedroom at once. He knew what the man wanted. And he turned straight to his wardrobe, looking hard at the dress coat he had worn on the eventful evening. "Things may cling to a sleeve, don't you know? Or be entangled in a cuff, or get casually into a pocket, or someone may put them there." For the next 10 days or so Mr. Gregory was busy, constantly busy. Without doubt, he was the most active and energetic of detectives. He carried out so fully his own official principle of suspecting everybody, from China to Peru, that at last poor Persis got fairly mazed with his web of possibilities. Nobody was safe from his cultivated and highly trained suspicion. Not Sir Everard in his studio, nor Lady Maclear in her boudoir, nor the butler in his pantry, nor Sir Justin O'Byron in his rooms in St. James'. Mr. Gregory kept an open mind against everybody and everything. He even doubted the parrot, and had views as to the intervention of rats and terriers. Persis got rather tired at last of his perverse ingenuity, especially as she had a very shrewd idea herself who had stolen the rubies. When he suggested various doubts, however, which seemed remotely to implicate Sir Justin's honesty, the sensitive American girl felt it go on her nerves and refused to listen to him, though Mr. Gregory never ceased to enforce upon her, by precept and example, his own pet doctrine that the last person on earth one would likely to suspect is always the one who turns out to have done it. A morning or two later, Persis looked out of her window as she was dressing her hair. She dressed it herself now, though she was an American heiress, and therefore, of course, the laziest of her kind. For she had taken an unaccountable dislike, somehow, to the quiet girl Bertha. On this particular morning, however, when Persis looked out, she saw Bertha engaged in a close and apparently very intimate conversation with the Hampstead postman. This sight disturbed the unstable equilibrium in her equanimity not a little. Why should Bertha go to the door to the postman at all? Surely it has no part the duty of Lady Maclure's maid to take in the letters. And why should she want to go prying in the question of who wrote to Miss Ramanet? For Persis, intensely conscious herself that a note from Sir Justin lay on the top of the postman's bundle, she recognized it at once, even at that distance below, by the peculiar shape of the broad rough envelope, jumped to the natural feminine conclusion that Bertha must needs be influenced by some obtrusive motive, of which she herself, Persis, was, to say the very least, a component element. We are all prone to see everything from a personal standpoint, indeed. The one quality which makes a man or a woman into a possible novelist, good, bad, or indifferent, is just the special power of throwing himself or herself into a great many people's personalities alternately. And this is a power possessed, on average, by not 1 in 1,000 men, or not 1 in 10,000 women. Persis rang the bell violently. Bertha came up, all smiles. "Did you want anything, miss?" Persis could have choked her. "Yes," she answered, plainly, taking the bull by the horns. "I want to know what you were doing down there, prying into other people's letter with the postman." Bertha looked up at her, ever bland. She answered at once, without a second's hesitation. "The postman's my young man, miss, and we hope before very long now to be married." Odious thing, Persis thought. A glib lie always ready on the tip of her tongue for every emergency. But Bertha's full heart was beating violently, beating with love and hope and deferred anxiety. A little later in the day, Persis mentioned the incident casually to Lady Maclure, mainly in order to satisfy herself that the girl had been lying. Lady Maclure, however, gave a qualified assent. "I believe she is engaged to the postman," she said. "I think I have heard so, though I make it a rule, you see, my dear, to know as little as I can of these people's love affairs. They are so very uninteresting. But Bertha certainly told me she wouldn't leave me to get married for an indefinite period. That was only 10 days ago. She said her young man wasn't yet in a position to make a home for her." "Perhaps," Persis suggested grimly, "something has occurred meanwhile to better her position. Such strange things crop up. She may have come into a fortune." "Perhaps so," Lady Maclure replied languidly. The subject bored her. "Though, if so, it must really have been very sudden. for I think it was morning before you lost your jewels. She told me so." Persis thought that odd, but she made no comment. Before dinner that evening, she burst suddenly into Lady Maclear's room for a minute. Bertha was dressing her lady's hair. Friends were coming to dine, among them Sir Justin. "How do these pearls go with my complexion, Lady Maclear?" Persis asked rather anxiously, for she especially wished to look her best that evening for one of the party. "Oh, charming," her hostess answered, with a society smile. "Never saw anything suit you better, Persis." "Except my poor rubies," Persis cried rather ruefully, for the coloured gewgaws are dear to the savage and the woman. "I wish I could get them back. I wonder that man Gregory hasn't succeeded in finding them." "Oh, my dear," Lady Maclear drawled out, "you may be sure by this time they're safe at Amsterdam. That's the only place in Europe now to look for them." "Why to Amsterdam, my lady?" Bertha interposed suddenly, with a quick side glance at Persis. Lady Maclear threw her head back in surprise at so unwonted an intrusion. "What do you want to know that for, child?" she asked somewhat curtly. "Why, to be cut, of course. All the diamond cutters in the world are concentrated in Amsterdam, and the first thing a thief does when he steals big jewels is to send them across and have them cut in new shapes so they can't be identified." "I shouldn't have thought so," Bertha put in calmly. "They'd have known who to send them to." Lady Maclear turned to her sharply. "Why, these things," she said with a calm air of knowledge, "are always done by experienced thieves, who know the ropes well, and are in league with receivers the whole world over. But Gregory has his eye on Amsterdam, I'm sure, and we'll soon hear something." "Yes, my lady," Bertha answered, in her acquiescent tone, and relapsed into silence. 4 days later, about 9 at night, that hard-worked man, the postie on the beat, stood loitering outside Sir Everard Maclear's house, openly defying the rules of the department, in close conference with Bertha. "Well, any news?" Bertha asked, trembling over with excitement, for she was a very different person outside with her lover from the demure and imperturbable model maid who waited on my lady. "Why, yes," the postie answered, with a low laugh of triumph. "A letter from Amsterdam, and I think we have fixed it." Bertha almost flung herself upon him. "Oh, Harry," she cried, all eagerness, "this is too good to be true. Then in just 1 other month we can really get married." There was a minute's pause, inarticulately filled by the sounds of unrepresentable through the art of the type-bounder. Then Harry spoke again. "It's an awful lot of money," he said, musing. "A regular fortune. And what's more, Bertha, if it hadn't been for your cleverness, we never should have got it." Bertha pressed his hand affectionately. Even ladies' maids are human. "Well, if I hadn't been so much in love with you," she answered frankly, "I don't think I could have ever had the wit to manage it. But, oh, Harry, love makes one do or try anything." If Persis had heard those singular words, she would have felt no doubt was any longer possible. Next morning at 10 o'clock, a policeman came round, post-haste, to Sir Everard's. He asked to see Miss Remanette. When Persis came down in her morning wrap, he had put a brief message from the headquarters to give her. "Your jewels are found, miss. Will you step round and identify them?" Persis drove back with him, all trembling. Lady Maclear accompanied her. At the police station they left their cab and entered the anteroom. A little group had assembled there. The first person Persis distinctly made out in it was Sir Justin. A great terror seized her. Gregory had so poisoned her mind by this time, with suspicion of everybody and everything she had came across, that she was afraid of her own shadow. But the next moment she saw clearly he wasn't there as prisoner, or even as witness, merely as spectator. She acknowledged him with a hasty bow, and cast her eye around again. The next person she definitely distinguished was Bertha, as calm and cool as ever, but in the very centre of the group, occupying as it were the place of honour which naturally belongs to the prisoner on all similar occasions. Persis was not surprised at that. She had known it all along. She glanced meaningly at Gregory, who stood a little behind, looking by no means triumphant. Persis found his dejection odd, but he was a proud detective, and perhaps someone else had effected the capture. "These are your jewels, I believe," the inspector said, holding them up, and Persis admitted it. "This is a painful case," the inspector went on, "a very painful case. We grieve to have discovered such a clue against one of our own men, but as he owns it to himself, and intends to throw himself on the mercy of the court, it's no use talking about it. He won't attempt to defend it. Indeed, with such evidence, I think he's doing what's best and wisest." Persis stood there all dazed. I don't understand," she cried with a swimming brain. "Who on earth are you talking about?" The inspector pointed mutely with one hand at Gregory, and for the first time Persis saw he was guarded. She clapped her hand to her head. In a moment it all broke in upon her. When she had called in the police, the rubies had never been stolen at all. It was Gregory who stole them. She understood it now at once. The real facts came back to her. She had taken her necklet off at night, laid it carelessly down on the dressing table, too full of Sir Justin, covered it accidentally with her lace pocket handkerchief, and straightway forgotten all about it. Next day she missed it, and jumped at conclusions. When Gregory came, he spied the rubies askance under the corner of the handkerchief. Of course, being a woman, she had naturally looked everywhere except in the place where she had laid them, and knowing it was a safe case, he had quickly pocketed them before her very eyes, all unsuspected. He felt sure nobody could accuse him of a robbery which was committed before he came, and which he had himself been called in to investigate. "The worst of it is," the inspector went on, "he had woven a very ingenious case against Sir Justin O'Brien, whom we were on the very point of arresting today, if this young woman hadn't come in the 11th hour, in the very nick of time, and earned the reward by giving us the clue that led to the discovery and the recovery of jewels. They were brought over this morning by an Amsterdam detective." Persis looked hard at Bertha. Bertha answered her look. "My young man was the postman, miss," she explained, quite simply. "And after what my lady said, I put him up to watch Mr. Gregory's delivery for the letter from Amsterdam. I had suspected him from the very first, and when the letter came, we had him arrested at once, and found out who were the people in Amsterdam who had the rubies." Persis gasped with astonishment. Her brain was reeling, but Gregory in the background put in one last word. "Well, I was right after all," he said with professional pride. "I told you, the very last person you dream of suspecting
was sure to be the one that actually did it. Lady O'Byron's rubies were very much admired at Monte Carlo last season. Mr. Gregory had found permanent employment for the next 7 years at Her Majesty's quarries on the Isle of Portland. Bertha and her postman have retired to Canada with £500 to buy a farm. And everybody says Sir Justin O'Byron has beaten the record, after all, even for Irish baronets, by making a marriage at once of money and affection. The End of the Great Ruby Robbery by Grant Allen.